Chapter 181. In the garden of the Imperial Palace, Alberto stood still at the entrance to the Star Palace. With a gentle expression, Alberto, who had been watering a tree planted near the entrance, suddenly glanced to the side. "You're here." Alberto seemed to smile gently. "Miss Serenade." The space next to Alberto shimmered transparently, and then, crumpling like clothing, someone revealed themselves by taking off a cloak. It was Serenade. What she had been wearing and had taken off was the invisibility cloak. It was an item that Ash had given her in advance for emergencies. Wearing this cloak and hiding, Serenade had come to the Star Palace. She was familiar with the way since she had often visited this place in her childhood. And above all, Ash had told her that an ally would be waiting for her here. Looking up at the owlie's face, Serenade murmured with difficulty,
"Alberto."
"It's been a long time. You've grown a lot." Although they hadn't seen each other in several years, Alberto was lively. Serenade smiled without even realizing it. "Alberto, you're the same as ever." But there was no time for the two to ease the tension. The sound of soldiers' footsteps began to echo around the Star Palace. Alberto nodded with a stern face. "I have already been informed by the prince. I will escort you to the banquet hall." Quickly scanning the surroundings, Alberto took Serenade's hand and led her. "This way." "But, Alberto," Serenade blurted out in shock, "if you get caught helping me, it will have a bad effect on you too. I have worked in this palace for 50 years now." Alberto calmly shrugged his shoulders. "It's about time I retired." To be able to help a young countess who's like a granddaughter before retiring, isn't that rather a joyous thing? Alberto, who showed a broad smile, began to walk ahead. "There is no one who knows the shortcuts and byways between the palaces better than me. Come on, let's go. I'll guide you faster than anyone else." Serenade, limping due to her injury, followed Alberto towards the banquet hall. The evening sky over the imperial capital was red. The crimson sunset had covered the entire imperial palace. The banquet hall was no different, with both the large building and the surrounding garden glowing red. The party's starting time of 6 p.m. had long passed. Since it was already late, all the nobles who were to enter were already inside. Therefore, the entrance to the banquet hall was deserted. Alberto and Serenade had just arrived here through a shortcut. "You've had a long journey, Miss Serenade." Pointing to the entrance of the banquet hall, Alberto grinned. "Now please enter. Prince Ash will be waiting for you." Serenade suddenly looked down at her disheveled appearance. She was already unsatisfied with her hair, makeup, and dress, and her condition had worsened due to the ambush on the way. Blood had oozed from her forehead when the carriage was rammed. The dress hem was torn, her stockings were frayed, and her shoe's heel was even broken, wobbling as she walked. She was in no shape to attend a party. She wanted to hide in a mouse hole rather than go to the banquet hall. To attend a party looking like this, Serenade tightly clenched the hem of her dress. "People will laugh at me. What does it matter if they laugh?" Alberto uttered solemnly. "Who has come to see you, miss? Those foolish people who mock your appearance? Or Prince Ash, who awaits you?" At the mention of Ash's name, Serenade's shoulders flinched. The fact that he was waiting for her made her all the more unwilling to show herself in such a state. "His Highness the Prince will be ashamed of me too." "That is not the case," Alberto assured her. "Trust me. His Highness Prince Ash will never regard Miss Serenade as something to be ashamed of. Prince Ash told me he needs Miss Serenade today, so escort her to the grand banquet hall, no matter what. And the reason Prince Ash needs Miss Serenade is not because of your appearance, right?" Serenade clenched her fists tightly. Yes, she had come here because Ash needed her. Even if Ash were to feel ashamed of Serenade, what did it matter? She would endure that shame. "Thank you, Alberto." With her determination set, Serenade entered the grand banquet hall with a resolute face. Watching Serenade's retreating figure, Alberto smiled for a moment before his face turned stern, and he turned around. In the distance, he could see soldiers hurrying over. Dirty military boots at a party. They know nothing of basic etiquette. Adjusting his tie, Alberto walked sternly towards the soldiers. Looks like you'll need an old man's meticulous guidance. Blocking the soldiers with his body, Serenade entered the grand banquet hall. As soon as Serenade entered the grand banquet hall, sharp glances poured from every direction. Time had passed since the party had started. Her arrival, staggering on a broken heel, was noticeable. Some covered their mouths with fans and snickered. Some openly jeered with derisive whistles. Look at that mess. She must be a commoner merchant. Does the silver winter house have no mirrors? If I were her, I'd have turned back at the entrance, ashamed of that appearance. Struggling to endure all the humiliation, a barbed comment stuck in Serenade's ear as she made her way in. Prince Ash is already engaged to Princess Yoon. What face does the former fiancé have to show up? Ash's engagement to another princess. At those words, Serenade's vision turned white. With legs threatening to give out, she stumbled forward, forcing herself to maintain balance. Did she come to scatter ashes at the wedding? She spent 10 years ingratiating herself with the imperial family, yet she clings on till the end. That's why commoners are. Her heart, which she had steeled, crumbled at once. Serenade bit her lip hard, barely holding back her burning eyes. Squeak! At that moment, the doors to the innermost room of the grand banquet hall opened, and the emperor and 3 princes appeared. They seemed to have been in a meeting. The emperor and the other 2 princes sat at their designated places on the platform with stern faces. Ash, the last of the 4 royal members to appear, approached a girl waiting at the front of the room with ivory-colored hair and knelt on one knee. Serenade recognized her at a glance. That lady, that beautiful girl, was Ash's real betrothed. The prince, dressed in black formal attire, and the princess, in a pearl-colored dress, matched each other perfectly. But what about himself? I look like a crow, even the painstakingly painted blush worn off. Serenade slowed to a stop. He couldn't walk any further. He didn't have the courage to advance into that brilliant space. How great it would be if he could vanish without a trace from this spot. That's when it happened. Ash, who had just engaged in affectionate conversation with the princess, stood up from his seat and looked straight at Serenade. And then, step. He descended from the platform and began walking directly towards Serenade. The surroundings buzzed loudly. The nobles participating in the party looked back and forth between Ash and Serenade, pouring out words to each other. Serenade's breath caught at the sight of Ash, unswervingly striding towards him. He didn't know why Ash had summoned her here, but if her usefulness was over, and she was to be divorced as the fiancée, and if Ash was to form a new bond with that princess, perhaps this was the last chance she might have to see Ash. Ha! Serenade inhaled deeply, straightened her back, and stood up tall. Then she opened her red and silver eyes. Yes, I will bear it. Even if what you have left to give me is only farewell and pain. Even if all that awaits me, a forsaken person, is a thorny path filled with humiliation, disgrace, and wounds. If that's what you've given me, I will willingly embrace it. With that determination, her mind settled. Ash approached right in front of Serenade. The once noisy party hall quieted for a moment. Serenade. Ash was the first to smile warmly. Lifting his trembling lips, Serenade smiled back. Your Highness Prince Ash. At Serenade's greeting, Ash chuckled. You can call me my lord as usual. But... Serenade glanced sideways at the princess sitting on the platform, watching them. The new princess you've promised to marry is here. Instead of words, Ash slowly looked down at Serenade's feet. You've had a tough time coming all the way here for me. Observing Serenade's worn and broken shoes, Ash suddenly, heave-ho, whoosh. He took off his shoes and casually threw them aside. At this unexpected action, not only the people around but also Serenade's eyes widened in surprise. And then Ash carefully knelt on one knee in front of Serenade, lifted Serenade's foot, and removed Serenade's shoe. The murmuring around them grew louder. The princess on the platform also appeared shocked, covering her mouth. Serenade's feet within the shoes were caked with mud and blood. Prince Ash? Watching Ash, who had removed both of the broken shoes and tossed them aside, Serenade stammered in a bewildered tone. What are you doing right now? If it goes like this, stepping on your foot again won't hurt, will it? What? Ash looked at the orchestra next to him and swung his arm widely. Upon this gesture, the sharp-witted conductor immediately grabbed the baton and swung it. As the prelude to a waltz filled the air, Ash gave a sly wink to Serenade. There's only one thing a man and woman do at a party, right? We've practiced together all this time, so we should put it to use on the main stage. Ash grabbed Serenade's hand and skillfully pulled her close, assuming a posture as if embracing each other in the waltz. Ash displayed a playful smile, a smile that reminded them of their very young days. Dazzling. Shall we dance, Cinderella? The music began, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the two began to dance barefoot. 30 minutes before Serenade's arrival, in the innermost room of the grand banquet hall, at the Guardians' meeting urgently summoned by Ash. From now on, the Southern Front will refuse all support from the imperial family. Ash said this outright to the Emperor and his two brothers. What? What? Lark, Fernandez, and even the Emperor looked at the youngest one, who was spouting nonsense, with bewildered eyes. I proclaim it here and now. Regardless of their reaction, Ash declared confidently. From this moment on, the Monster Front will follow a completely independent route, separate from the Empire. Chapter 182. The Monster Front will follow a completely independent route, separate from the Empire. Yes, I had made up my mind, cooperating in maintaining the Empire's 4 major fronts. Also, marrying Princess Yun strategically to benefit the imperial family, and in return, having the imperial family send reinforcements to the Southern Front as promised. All these matters, I decided to refuse them. Not only that, I declared that the Southern Front would break away from the Empire's protection and become an independent front. I had made up my mind. The atmosphere in the room turned cold at my declaration. After a brief silence, the Emperor stared at me intently and opened his mouth. Explain yourself, Commander of the Southern Front. I met the Emperor's gaze. His expression seemed more curious than angry. Why did you make such a choice? Why indeed? Sighing heavily, I swallowed a big breath. There are 3 main reasons. First, it was because of the negative impact the Imperial reinforcements had on the Southern Front. From stage 1, I had requested support from the Imperial family. Back then, Ader had said to me, Are you sure it's okay, my lord? Both Ader and I knew that asking for support from the Central Empire would trigger a fatal event in the middle of the game. And that event was the erosion of control over the Southern Front by the Imperial family. As more and more Imperial reinforcements were sent to the Southern Front, they would gradually take control of it. And eventually, they would deprive the player of authority, manipulating the Southern Front to the Imperial family's liking. I remember when I was a naive beginner, abusing the command for reinforcements thinking it was good, only to lose all command authority and watch the game run automatically. Once the Southern Front was controlled, the Imperial reinforcements would never properly manage it. They would send SR grade or higher hero characters to the Imperial capital and skim off high-grade items and magic cores for the Imperial family. The Southern Front would be reduced to a mere expansion base mining resources right in front of the enemy line, eventually falling into ruin when unable to fend off the monster attacks. That's why I decided to use the reinforcement chance only once, and on a small scale. Just enough help to allow the Southern Front to grow strong on its own, only once. But if I cooperated closely with the Imperial family as it was, they would continue to send reinforcements to the south. Sooner or later, the Southern Front would be swallowed up by the Imperial family. So I refused. That's the first reason. A functional reason for the management of the front. Second, What I want to protect is not the empire but the people. I lifted my head and spoke with conviction. A look of bewilderment crossed the faces of the emperor and the princes. The emperor asked, perplexed, "People?" While standing on the monster front, I had only one goal. I voiced the goal I had held from the beginning: to kill the monsters and save the people. Yes, never to forget that one sole purpose. Monsters don't discriminate between humans. They kill fairly. They don't kill the imperial citizens first, nor do they kill other races later. The monster's goal is simple: kill humans, destroy the world. Therefore, the goal of the monster front fighting against them is simple too: save people, protect the world. The struggle on the monster front has no ideology, no nation, no race. All that exists there is the simple goal of saving the people behind the walls. A goal that is simple and thus sublime. But the moment I become subservient to the imperial family, this simplicity will lose its brilliance. The monster front will prioritize the empire's citizens, persecute other races, and exploit and discard people from other countries, just like the other fronts. That cannot happen. The monster front must not be divided by ideology, nation, or race. The priority on the monster front must be the people alone. Therefore, the monster front must pursue its independent course. The fronts commanded by the emperor and the other two princes were solely to protect the empire. Fronts to maintain the structure of the empire, to protect the ideology of the empire. But the monster front is different. I am also different from them. I don't fight to protect the empire. I fight to protect all the people within my reach. That's all there is to it. And to not lose sight of this purpose, the Southern Front must be independent. "I've heard your splendid reason, Ash," the emperor said, tilting his head to the side. "But is there a need to sever ties with the imperial family just for such a nominal reason?" Humanity above the empire. Good, very good. How beautiful this is. It may be a bit extreme coming from a prince of the empire, but I like it. The emperor's sly eyes shone with a golden light as sharp as a needle. "But will you refuse all the benefits that the empire can provide you with just for that reason? That seems like a hasty decision. Is there another reason? Speak." I took a deep breath and swallowed dry saliva. Yes, the emperor is right. As I told you, I fight to save people. My third reason for seeking independence for the Southern Front. It was, "But father, you and my brothers are killing people to save the empire. Are you not? Because they have strayed from the path of humanity and are walking a path of carnage." I glanced at the three people whose faces had hardened. "Serenade, use the information you've risked your life to pass on to me for the good of the Southern Front." Recalling the information gathered by Silver Winter's Merchant Guild, I spoke up. "Lark, brother, in the Western Dragonblood Front, war crimes are rampant, are they not? Under the pretense of finding the escaped Duchess of Bringer, and to annihilate the base of the guerrilla forces, murder, arson, plunder, you're turning the entire Bringer Duchy into ashes." Lark shook his head with a stern face. "Due to a surprise attack by the enemy guerrillas, our supplies were burned, so I permitted a little plundering. It's not as you think." "Really? Is that all?" With a smirk, I turned my gaze to my second brother. "Fernandez, brother, in the Central Dark Front, you are committing horrifying deeds here in the imperial capital. To root out the enemy's dark forces, you're kidnapping, torturing, and murdering innocent citizens as if it were a daily meal." Fernandez stared at me with narrowed eyes. I shrugged my shoulders. "The rumors are already widespread in the outskirts and slums of the imperial capital. Rumors of strange men who appear at night to abduct entire families. Rumors tend to be exaggerated, and to root out the enemy's dark forces we have to do such things." I wonder about that." I glared back and forth at Lark and Fernandez. "From what I heard, the prisoners captured in the Dragonblood Front, and the citizens kidnapped from the Central Front are all being sacrificed for human offerings." Lark and Fernandez's eyes widened, their faces asking how I knew that. I turned my gaze from them, slowly facing the Emperor. Yes, Father. To maintain the Northern Divine Front, you're conducting human sacrifices. To activate the dark black water ever black and foresee the future, and to connect to the spirit world through that tree, an immense amount of magic power is needed, more than can be supplied by the magic stones available in the market. The Emperor's face was unreadable, but regardless of what the Emperor was feeling, I continued to speak. So you captured magical beastkin slaves from all over the continent and offered them as sacrifices. Their souls were used as fuel so you could connect to the spirit world. The divine beings were attacking to save their children, the beastkin, and the Emperor was burning those very beastkin as fuel to stop the divine beings. A cruel irony. But gradually, the number of slaves suitable for fuel decreased, and you had to come up with another solution. So, you began the invasion of Bringer Duchy that you had to strike anyway. If they were prisoners of war, if they were people of Bringer Duchy with even a faint trace of dragon's blood, they'd make excellent fuel. If you could catch the nobles and steal their dragon blood, it would be even more useful as fuel. As I looked on, Lark avoided my gaze. In the imperial capital, you captured citizens and tortured them to identify the true faces of the hostile hidden forces, and after the torture and interrogation were done, you selectively sacrificed those with ability to human offerings, I said to Fernandez, who continued to stare at me without averting his eyes. No matter what happens, we must stop that fate of destruction. We must protect the Empire at any cost, even if it means sacrifice. It wasn't just talk. They really did whatever it took, paid whatever sacrifice was necessary, to protect the Empire. It really is an impressive circular structure. How closely the three fronts cooperate and mesh together. Without the slaves of different races, prisoners of enemy nations, and citizens of the outskirts, what will you burn next? I glared at the Emperor. To maintain this massive flesh called the Empire, Father, you and my brothers are killing people. You're killing and killing and killing and killing and killing again. I spat towards them. To protect the Empire, you indiscriminately kill innocents. You're monsters yourselves. My purpose is to kill monsters and save people. This banner must not be damaged. That's why I can't be with you, who have become monsters for the sake of a single nation. Such a simple story. Ah! And then, ah ha 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 ha. The Emperor laughed. He laughed heartily and refreshingly. I scowled. What's going on? So, what's your point, my son? The laughter stopped abruptly as the Emperor challenged me. To stand alone, fall into that monster-infested southern region, and distance yourself from wicked people like us. To proudly claim yourself as righteous and wither away. The Emperor's voice rumbled. That path is hell. You say you'll protect people? Then what is the definition of a person? Is it a human, a different race? Or is it a monster that speaks human language? Where does humanity end? Faced with the Emperor's onslaught, I gritted my teeth. What about traitors? Rebels? Thieves? Robbers and frauds? All this foul-smelling trash heap is human. You declare you'll protect them all. The more you pursue a foolish righteousness, the more you will suffer. The place you're heading to is hell. Do you truly not understand? The Emperor roared, kicking his chair as he stood. Even if you raise a pure and clean flag, it will become soaked with blood and ash the moment you cross the battlefield. My young son, do you truly not understand? Clenching my fist, I barely managed to speak. I have already sacrificed much. 742 campaigns, 741 failures, and a single success. In all those games, I had always sent my characters to death. For the overall efficiency of the game, I had thrown countless subordinates into death without a moment's hesitation. I never questioned that act. I was a monster obsessed with efficiency, knowing nothing but strategy, not seeing people as people. I won't be that way again. There will be no choice but to bend my beliefs sometimes. I may end up half a monster again at the end of this path. But I will do my best. At least, at the very least, I will not forget what matters most to me. Even if there's a single white part left on the flag in my hand at the end. No. Even if nothing but the flagpole remains in my grasp. Even so, I will march forward with this flag. I will kill monsters and save people. I won't let go of this banner. For that, I will say it again. The Monster Front will follow a completely independent path, separate from the Empire. I told the Empire's defenders. I will protect people, not the Empire. Chapter 183. I understand your intentions, Ash. After a long silence, the Emperor finally spoke. Breaking free from the peace trapped in the game and becoming a player yourself. Quite ambitious. Isn't it? Peace? Player? Suddenly, game terminology was mentioned. I was so surprised that my eyes widened. What do you mean by that, Father? It means exactly what it says. The Emperor calmly smiled and sat back down. On the chessboard called the world, not just a piece controlled by others, but one who carves out their own destiny. In his hand was suddenly a chess piece, a black king. Discussing the fate of the world, commanding others' lives with words, fighting for control of the world itself, a being of a higher dimension. One who is qualified to play chess. Crack. The Emperor loudly set the black king on the armrest of his chair. That is what a player is. To put it more simply, one could also call it a king. I thought of the chessboard placed next to the Emperor's throne. The chessboard, the pieces, the players. Then those who have been calling me a player all this time. The youngest, the most foolish, and the most fragile of you have grown to this extent. As a father, I am pleased. Thump. The Emperor's hand fiercely clenched the chess piece, and he growled. But as an emperor, it's hard to forgive easily. There's no parent who wouldn't welcome their child's independence, but this place is the imperial family, and I am the emperor. The Declaration of Independence in the Southern Front means, in other words, that this territory will escape the Empire's jurisdiction. A chilling aura emanated from the Emperor's entire body. Do you think I would allow such a thing while I'm still alive and breathing? The Southern Front is undoubtedly the land of the Empire and your territory, Father. However, for the next 3 years, I stood firm, unshaken, and raised my voice. For 3 years only, as a completely independent front, I asked that all the struggles and governance of that area be entrusted solely to my hands. Whatever I did or caused in the Southern Front, the imperial family would not interfere. That was all I wanted. But, of course, the Emperor was not going to permit it just like that. Why should I do that? What benefit would it bring to the imperial family, to the Empire? Yes. In the end, what moves people is not reason but real benefit. I had to persuade them with this benefit. I will offer the magic stones acquired in the Southern Front to the imperial family. My words caused the Emperor's straight eyebrows to furrow. Magic stones? From Crossroad? Yes. A source of magic power obtainable from monsters, magic stones were the largest strategic resource produced in Crossroad. However, most of its production was consumed in the southern continent. Because Crossroad was such a remote place, distribution was not easy. The merchants in Crossroad take the magic stones to other cities and countries in the south to sell them. There's quite a demand for magic stones there as well. But now, the monsters' invasions are getting more intense. In other words, the amount of magic stones that can be collected is increasing. After I took office as the Lord, the production of magic stones skyrocketed. It was because monsters were pouring out like mad. Right now, the warehouse in Crossroad is filled with unsold magic stones. While I refrained from selling some for profit control, the demand in the southern continent could no longer keep up with the supply. I will provide these magic stones to the imperial family for free. Not all of them, maybe about half. With this amount of magic stones, we should be able to operate the dark black water ever black without human sacrifices, I said. That means you no longer need to harm innocent lives. Prisoners of the Bringer Duchy, citizens on the outskirts, there's no need to capture and burn them as fuel. A smile flickered across the Emperor's lips. Whether it was a jest, sarcasm, or some other meaning in his smile, I found it hard to guess. It's an interesting proposal. But the distance between the imperial capital and Crossroad is great. The road is not well maintained, and the security is unstable. How do you plan to transport the magic stones to the imperial capital? The thought of transporting them via airship crossed my mind first. But that's not possible. Airships are a vital resource, few in number even within the Empire. We can't deliver packages with a fighter jet. He'd surely rather refuse the magic stones than do that. Transportation by sea is also difficult. Crossroad is an inland city, and the southern seas are swarming with pirates. So we must transport overland. Father is right. Although the National Road Project is in its final stage, the road to the southern front is not well maintained. It was a remote area that wasn't even included in the road project in the first place. That's true. So, I've already spoken to the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Here, Silver Winter is needed. Silver Winter Merchant Guild will take responsibility for building the road to the southern front, and also handle the distribution of the magic stones entirely. Ho! If it's Silver Winter Merchant Guild that has been in charge of the National Road Project, they will surely pave the way to the remote south, and with their vast distribution network, transport the magic stones safely to the imperial capital. The smile on the Emperor's lips grew deeper. Ignoring it, I turned my eyes to Lark. Furthermore, Silver Winter Merchant Guild has promised to supply the necessary supplies to the Western Front at cost. Lark, who had been listening with arms crossed, showed interest. Then there's no more need to set fire to the Bringer Duchy. No need to plunder innocent citizens. I looked at Fernandez next. Also, Silver Winter Merchant Guild's intelligence gathering is at a considerable level. They have informants all over the country. Today's sources of the information I spoke were all from Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Of course, the information Silver Winter brought was just fragmented circumstances. But I, who could string together various events that would occur in this world, had little difficulty in figuring out the truth. Apparently quite upset at being caught for the dark deeds he's done in the imperial capital, Fernandez kept glaring at me. I smirked at Fernandez. Aegis Special Forces seems to have expanded hastily, leaving considerable vulnerabilities. The Emperor had said, Aegis Special Forces had swelled to 3 times its size to maintain the central front. Such hasty expansion had left it riddled with gaps. The priest they had used as a spy was discovered, the attempt to kill Serenade with fire had failed, and even minor information was leaking to the Merchant Guild. The name Special Forces had lost its prestige, becoming a mess. Repairs were needed. No one would feel this more acutely than Fernandez, the commander of the Special Forces. If the Silver Winter Merchant Guild cooperates in gathering information for the Special Forces, it will help fill these gaps. Instead of randomly arresting and torturing innocent citizens, we could identify suspects with strong evidence. The Emperor, who had been quietly listening to my story, was now not just smiling but grinning, teeth bared. Ash, my son. So, your point is, by sparing the Silver Winter family, it will benefit all your fronts, and there will be no need to snatch innocent lives. That's right. So you're asking me to call off the plan to crush the Merchant Guild and save your former fiancé? I nodded my head honestly. Yes. Ahahaha. The Emperor, laughing heartily, looked at me closely. Your proposal seems appealing at first glance. But why bother? Killing the Countess and absorbing the Merchant Guild into the Imperial family are things we could do afterward. Killing you and absorbing the Southern Front into the Imperial family are things we could do afterward. That was the implication I felt. Because there is no need to kill and seize control. I shrugged casually. The current usefulness and efficiency of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild are all due to the Countess leading as the head. The current usefulness and efficiency of the Southern Front are all due to my leadership. There's no need to clumsily oust the Countess and put someone else in her place, reducing efficiency. Leave them alone, and they will surely be loyal to the Imperial family. There's no need to oust me and put another commander in the Southern Front, reducing efficiency. After all, the Southern Front is ultimately Imperial territory. The Countess and Silver Winter Merchant Guild will be useful to all your fronts and to the Empire here. I too will be useful to you. There is no one more capable of controlling the southern front than me. No one can kill monsters more efficiently, mine magical stones, and offer them to you. Please spare Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Also, permit the independent route of the southern front. Acknowledge my usefulness. Acknowledge Serenade's usefulness too. Serenade and I, you need us in your empire. The Emperor, his smile vanished, stared at me expressionlessly. It was a golden gaze that seemed to scan not my appearance but my soul. I did not back down and met his eyes. Very well. Finally, the Emperor spoke. But the decision will be made after I meet the Countess of Silver Winter. Where is she? She has not arrived at the party yet. Fernandez's eyes flashed sharply. I've dispatched the special forces. She won't make it back alive. We'll see. I smirked. We'll have to wait and see. Then Serenade arrived at the grand banquet hall. Though she had suffered through chaos and turmoil, she had kept her promise and entered this place. Before greeting Serenade, I approached Princess Yoon. I knelt on one knee before her and carefully took her hand. I'm sorry, Yoon. Her eyes widened at my unexpected apology. We had a good time, though it was short, but I guess this is where it ends for us. Shock filled Yoon's yellow eyes in an instant. The princess was quick-witted. You're not going to ditch me right after announcing our engagement, are you? That's how it is. Didn't you say you were marrying me? Sorry, but I never said that. I had said to my brothers that I would break off my engagement with Silver Winter, and that I'd meet you. But I never said I'd accept the marriage, did I? The engagement announcement was something Father did on his own, and I never once gave the okay sign, though I did enjoy dancing. No! You wanted this marriage, didn't you? I hope you meet a muscular man who fits your taste, not a bad reputation scoundrel like me. Standing slowly, I left Princess Yoon standing with her mouth agape. Don't worry, the alliance between Aryan Kingdom and the Empire will remain strong. Not through an old-fashioned strategic marriage, but a clean contract for a functional alliance. Let's go for a relationship as refreshing and crisp as the snow in summer. When I threw her words back at her, Yoon finally spoke. Prince Ash, you're really a shameless bastard. I shrugged. I've heard that before. Then I walked down the stairs, heading towards Serenade, who was standing by herself. Now, in the center of the party hall, receiving everyone's attention. Dancing barefoot with Serenade, I whispered softly in her ear. That's what went on between Father and me. I told Serenade about the conversation that had taken place at the Guardian meeting a little while ago. While dancing a gentle waltz with me, Serenade listened quietly to my story. Her face was pale, but her silver eyes were bright. Serenade, this is the final trial you must overcome. For you to survive, and for me to survive. The music was coming to an end. Before finishing the dance, I looked straight into Serenade's eyes and asked, Are you ready to defy the highest person in this country? Chapter 184. In the innermost room of the Grand Conference Hall. Carefully, Serenade stepped inside, finding the Emperor seated alone, waiting for her. Though tense, Serenade didn't panic and performed the proper formalities, kneeling and bowing her head. Long live your majesty, the great emperor. This humble servant is here to serve. Her feet were bare, her attire splattered with mud and blood, but the emperor didn't seem to care. Countess of Silver Winter, this is my first time seeing you in person. At the emperor's words, Serenade silently bowed her head. Even on the day when Ash and Serenade were engaged, the emperor did not attend. He cited official duties, but Serenade couldn't tell if that was the only reason. And so, for 10 years, while being the crown prince's fiancée, Serenade had never directly served the emperor. This was the first time. Let's get straight to the point, said the emperor, stroking his chin slowly. I heard that your merchant guild will be assisting the imperial family. Is that true? That's true, sir. Our merchant guild will. Serenade began to list the items they could supply on the four fronts, but the Emperor waved his hand to stop her. I already heard from Ash, so there's no need to recite the details again. Well, manage that part gradually. What I want to ask is about the price that you will receive in return. Serenade's eyes widened. The price? Your Majesty, you are a merchant, are you not? You should receive a price for the goods you provide. The Emperor grinned. What do you wish for? In exchange for your devotion to the Empire and the Imperial family, what do you seek to gain? Stumbling, Serenade bowed her head. This girl, your father, the Count of Silver Winter, was always precise in his calculations. The Emperor's smile did not wane. He took exactly as much as he provided. That's why I liked him. A trustworthy trading partner. But he was too greedy in his last deal. He made a mistake in his calculations. The last deal. Presumptuously, the Silver Winter family had requested a marriage alliance with the Imperial family. The Emperor had clearly defined that as greed and a mistake. So, Countess, I hope you won't make the same mistake as your father. Make sure to calculate correctly. Now answer me. In exchange for your devotion to the Empire and the Imperial family, what do you seek to gain? Serenade's bowed head dropped even lower. Serenade knew. The current crisis facing her family, the brink of extinction, was because of her father's greed at that time. Serenade also knew what she should answer here, what she should ask the Emperor for. I should wish for nothing. She would pledge everything in the Merchant Guild to the Empire and the Imperial family, become a loyal dog to the Emperor, do as she was told, and never harbor any vain ambitions again. So, just spare her life. That was the correct answer. She knew it well, so she had to say it. She had to say, "Get what you want, master." Eliza's voice flashed across her mind. Serenade blinked her silver eyes in confusion. What did you desire? Desire? What I desired. I promise, sister. At that moment, the scenery of youth distantly shrouded her sight. The boy who smiled like an angel that day. The memories of young days that never ceased to clutch her heart. Serenade gritted her teeth. She knew it. This was greed. She was making a miscalculation, and perhaps through this mistake she might die. But the girl desires only one thing. If she couldn't attain the one thing she wanted in her life, how was that different from dying? With clenched fists, eyes wide open, Serenade held her head high, and spoke to the man who ruled half the world. Please do not annul the engagement between Prince Ash and me. The Emperor blinked in silence. Formal expressions continued to flow from Serenade's lips. Even if formal, they contained undeniable sincerity. I will make him happy for the rest of his life. After a brief silence, the Emperor spoke. Countess. Yes. Do you know that your lineage is mixed with lowly blood? Serenade cast her eyes down. I know. Do you know that your grandfather was a slave of mixed breed? I know. Yes, you couldn't not know. You must have been reminded every morning when looking in the mirror. Serenade shut her mouth tightly. The bluish hue of her hair, inherited from her grandfather and father. It was flowing with the blood of the merfolk, who once lived in the Eastern Sea. Her beautiful hair color was that of the merfolk and was also an inescapable mark of slavery. It's shocking enough that one of lowly mixed birth has risen to the rank of a countess in this country. Now you dare to try to marry into the imperial family. You are an insolent woman. Serenade's demand was the same as her father's. Marriage with Ash. Even though the Emperor had clearly defined it as greed and mistake, she brazenly demanded it again. Why do you keep demanding engagement with Ash? The Emperor looked more bewildered than angry. Is it because obtaining royal blood and shedding the yoke of lowly birth is the family's long-standing wish?
No.
Then, is it because you want to rejuvenate your family and the Merchant Guild by becoming related to the imperial family?
No.
Then what kind of calculation and trickery lies beneath? Speak honestly to me. Serenade answered sincerely. It's because I love him. I've loved him my entire life. That was the end of the reason. The emperor, who was dumbfounded and blinked in silence, finally slapped his knee and burst into laughter. Ahaha! Ahahaha! Love! You say love! For such a trivial, childish emotion, you put yourself and your family's lives at risk. How foolish, utterly foolish. But, Your Majesty, Serenade spoke softly. Thanks to that childish emotion, Prince Ash was able to be born. The emperor closed his mouth and glared at Serenade. Because of love. The emperor, despite cornering himself politically, had finally accepted Dustia as his second empress. It was because he loved Dustia, who was a war slave. The emperor himself had foolishly ignited the feeling of passion. And as a result of that passion, Ash was born. This girl is a merchant, Your Majesty. She calculates, assesses profit and loss, weighs gain and failure. But this girl knows. The world does not just flow that way. Outside of calculations and assessments of profit and loss, countless things bloom. A faint smile passed Serenade's delicate lips, and she knows that it is beautiful as well. The emperor continued to remain silent. Serenade knelt before him, slowly bowing her head. My Silver Winter Merchant Guild will dedicate itself entirely to the imperial family. Therefore, Your Majesty, please do not annul the engagement between Crown Prince Ash and myself. Serenade prostrated herself before the emperor. What this humble girl wishes for is only that. A long silence ensued. In the heavy quiet, the emperor sat motionless in his chair, and Serenade, too, lay prostrate on the floor without a twitch. Then, finally, youngsters, little children. A bitter smile crossed the emperor's lips. Foolish, bold, silly youth. It reminds me of Dustia. The emperor suddenly remembered the woman he had loved. She was a beautiful person. Raised harshly as a slave, she wasn't much to look at, but her nature was gentle and warm, enough to captivate the ruler of the empire. Serenade, who had spent her childhood with Dustia in the Star Palace, nodded her head in agreement. She was more beautiful than anyone else in this world. The emperor, slightly nodding his head, waved his hand. I permit the existence of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The Silver Winter family will continue to lead the Merchant Guild, contributing fully to the imperial family and the empire as promised. Serenade immediately touched her forehead to the ground in gratitude. Your grace is boundless, Your Majesty. However, Serenade's eyes widened at the emperor's following words. I cannot guarantee the engagement with Ash. Watching Serenade's body stiffen, the emperor chuckled. That's something you young ones have to figure out on your own. Yes? One day they say they love each other to death. The next they break up. That's what lovers do. And Ash is the empire's most notorious playboy, isn't he? The emperor rubbed his forehead as if in pain. He dumped the princess of Aryan Kingdom, smearing mud on his father's face, who announced the engagement. And what? Going his own way? Goodness! Just when I thought he had matured a little, he remains a wayward brat. If you truly love that damned boy, you'll have to suffer a lot in the future. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Take back my troublesome youngest son. A mischievous smile played on the ruler's face. Embrace him, prepared to be kicked aside. When Serenade stepped outside, the grand hall was in turmoil. The Northern Kingdom's envoys were seen stepping out of the grand ballroom, chattering away. Lark and Fernandez were seen beside them, attempting to soothe their grievances. Unaware of what had happened, Serenade blinked in confusion, when a voice reached her ears. Did you sort it out? Serenade looked in the direction of the voice, and there lay Ash, sprawled across a pile of broken chairs. Startled, Serenade stammered, What has happened? Well, various things I had to take responsibility for. Ash grumbled as he got up, his elegant ceremonial robe covered in dust and wood splinters. So, is everything settled with Father? Ah, yes, everything has been resolved. They agreed to respect my merchant guild. Ash whistled sharply. You did well. You really pulled it off. It's all thanks to you, my lord. Really, really thank you, my lord. We did it together. Ash smiled warmly. Serenade swallowed dryly. And about our relationship, permission to... That is to say, our engagement hasn't been broken off. We are still pledged to marry. So, from now on, I really want to be true lovers. There were many words swirling inside her, but none came out. Serenade hesitated for a long time. Serenade. Then, Ash reached out and tightly held Serenade's hand. Serenade held her breath. Ash grinned as if he knew exactly what Serenade was thinking. Serenade couldn't face him and lowered her blushing face. And then Ash said, "Let's break off our engagement." Serenade's shoulders stiffened. For a moment, unable to understand what this man was saying, she froze. Then, cautiously, Serenade asked, "Pardon." But she hadn't misheard. Ash, in a clear voice that resonated unnecessarily, said once more, "Let's cancel our engagement." Chapter 185. 10 minutes ago. It may sound sudden, but I was hit with a German suplex. I'm talking about the wrestling technique where you grab your opponent's waist with both hands, lift them up, and slam them headfirst onto the ground. I don't know what this move is called in this world, but anyway, I was on the receiving end of it. The person who did this to me was none other than Princess Yoon. Huhuea! With bear-like strength, she lifted me up and slammed me onto the wooden chairs arranged on the stage. Crash! Ugh! The chairs were smashed to pieces, and I found myself buried in the debris. I gasped, feeling no sensation in my throat. It seemed my back was severely injured too. As I lay sprawled out, Princess Yoon gave me a fierce look and cast a healing spell on me. Really? Hurt me and then heal me? What's your class, princess? Fighter or priest? There's no one who cheats in the north. Do you know why? After finishing the German suplex and the healing spell, Yoon looked down at me, sprawled on the floor and dusted off her hands. Anyone who cheats, regardless of status, age or gender, must suffer this. I'm sorry. I stammered. After announcing our engagement today, I had openly danced with another woman, as if to reject Princess Yoon. It had caused an uproar among the Northern Kingdom's diplomats. It was a major diplomatic faux pas. The enraged people of the Northern Kingdom decided to punish me in their own way, and this was the result. What a refreshingly straightforward country. Now, I think this should soothe your anger a bit. Fernandez stepped forward, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. His face showed a certain satisfaction. Marrying a scoundrel like my brother, someone with a bright future like Princess Yoon, is such a waste. Actually, even in our imperial family, there was much talk. We feared that an arranged marriage with this troublemaker might be detrimental to Aryan Kingdom. Lark joined in as well. Being betrayed by my brothers felt somewhat sad. The two princes placated the Northern Kingdom's diplomats and led them out of the banquet hall. Since the strategic marriage had already gone awry, they must strengthen the alliance in other ways. Princess Yoon gave me one last disdainful glance before leaving. I waved at her back with a smile. Did Prince Ash cause trouble again? It seems so. He's truly the Empire's #1 scoundrel. So what's the deal? Didn't want to marry the Northern Kingdom, so he danced with his old, impoverished former fiancée, whom Head never even glanced at before. Does he have any awareness that he's bringing shame to the royal family? The Emperor must be deeply worried. As I monopolized the scorn of the other nobles remaining in the party hall, I narrowed my eyes. Thanks to my well-established reputation as a crazy troublemaker, they might curse me, but they weren't too shocked. I've added another page to the legend of Ash, the scoundrel. Just as ID resolved to live as Ash, I pulled off something like this. Perhaps I have quite a talent for mischief? That's when Serenade finished her private audience with the Emperor and came out. I grinned and spoke to her. Did you resolve it well? Let's annul our engagement. After hearing that the conversation between the Emperor and Serenade had gone well, it seemed Serenade had more to say to me, so I made the first move. Serenade froze. I smirked wickedly. Of course, I knew. I knew that this lady harbored affection for me. But the thought of breaking off our engagement with Serenade had been on my mind for a while. Quite a few eyes are on us. Our exchange on the party platform was drawing attention. I took Serenade's hand and led her towards the garden terrace. Let's talk over there. Serenade followed me, her energy drained. The garden was in the full bloom of summer. The evening glow was still visible, and the green shade was clear. A refreshing summer scent pervaded the garden. By the terrace, the last spring flowers were shedding their petals. One by one, they were pale blue in color. Why, is this happening? A tearful voice reached my ears. I turned around. Why are you trying to leave me again? Tears welled and rolled down her pale cheeks. With tears streaming below her silver eyes, Serenade looked up at me. I remembered the first day I met Serenade. She had looked up at me and cried like this too. My lord, I simply can't understand you. After treating me coldly for years, you were so affectionate these past few days, and now, why are you proposing to break off our engagement? Why did you treat me so warmly if you were just going to cast me aside? Once I've come to know warmth like this, you can't go back. Serenade. Approaching the sobbing girl, I sighed softly. Our relationship was flawed from the beginning. The imperial family needed money, and the merchant family needed social elevation. Ash and Serenade's engagement was the result of an alignment of these needs. And for 10 years, misunderstandings, misconceptions, and misdeeds piled upon each other. The relationship between the two crumbled. Ash became a rascal, tormenting Serenade and exploiting her financially. Serenade, needing Ash's lineage, hung on passively. A relationship between people is like a Jenga puzzle. You remove a pillar from between and place it on top, building a wooden tower. The relationship between Ash and Serenade was like a precarious Jenga puzzle on the verge of collapsing. The pillars were so thin and fragile that the slightest shock could send everything tumbling down. They managed to stitch up the wounds temporarily and withstand greater crises. But there was no way to build upon this relationship. The festering wounds would eventually burst. Sooner or later, the tower would crumble. That's why I decided to rebuild the tower from ground zero. Since I've decided to live as Ash, I will perform surgery on Ash's human relationships, as I see fit. So, Serenade, let's start all over again. Serenade, who had been sobbing fitfully, looked up at me with wide, wet eyes. I grinned broadly. Poor lady. Her shortened hair was disheveled, her dress was torn, her stockings were run, and, barefoot, she had come all the way here to rescue me. A pitiful person. We are on the same side. I wouldn't abandon you. The situation of the imperial family, the long-standing wish of your house, I don't care about any of that. Let's disregard everyone else and start anew, purely between us two. First, as the Southern Front commander, and in terms of our dealings with the Merchant Guild's head. As good business partners. No longer would someone depend on another. Equally, at the same eye level, they could walk while looking at each other. Starting anew. A fresh start. What do you think? Serenade, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, mumbled softly. A dance partner too. Huh? Will you continue to be my dance partner? Looking at Serenade making a snuffling noise, I burst into a chuckle. Of course. Partner. The evening wind came. From the swaying branches above our heads, the last petals of spring spilled out. Suddenly, a verse from a poem crossed my mind, with a delicate touch trembling. One day when petals fall leisurely, spring ends and summer comes. We grow up a bit more. As the poem said, there are relationships that mature through separation. So, I smiled and said, let's break up. Looking into Serenade's tear-filled silver eyes, I softly said, let's move forward together from the beginning, Serenade. Through the immature spring to the maturity of summer. Together. Serenade no longer cried. Wiping her tears away roughly with the back of her hand, Serenade composed herself and bowed to me first. It was a neat and beautiful gesture. It has been a wonderful time, my lord. It was the greeting after the dance had ended. With a big smile, I slowly bowed back to her. It was a pleasure for me too, Serenade. Swoosh. After the greeting, after the wind died down, after the petal rain stopped. My lord. Your Royal Highness. Correcting her address, Serenade smiled faintly. I know it's really shameful to say this after breaking up. But her voice trembles. Her eyes turn red. She's truly a woman of many tears. Can you grant me one wish? What is it? Tell me. Just once. Can you hug me? It was a voice that seemed to squeeze all her will. I chuckled and spread my arms wide. Serenade cautiously stepped into my embrace. I hugged her tightly, tighter, until I can't breathe. So tight that it crushes me. I gently gripped her fragile shoulders, which seemed they would break if I didn't hug her more firmly. In my arms, Serenade sobbed. This is how we broke our engagement. This is how we parted. 3 days had passed. The victory celebration party was over. The duel with the Guardians was finished. The Silver Winter family was spared, and the independent stance of the Southern Front was guaranteed. Everything seemed to have ended well, but that wasn't exactly the case. First of all, after dumping Princess Yoon at the end of the party, about half of the promised sponsors withdrew their support. They said they couldn't trust such a frivolous man. Isn't it just that they don't want to part with their money? Still, about half actually came to Star Palace and gave their sponsorship. I wondered where I was, but one thing was for sure. My die-hard fans were a little scary. Every time I received a donation, I felt a chill. Nevertheless, with years of experience as a streamer, I handled the patrons without much difficulty. Those who crossed the line with their donations would simply be banned, and that was that. The negotiations with the Guardians seemed to have gone well, but I was summoned to the Imperial Palace every single day for additional meetings afterward. The main discussions were about the production and stock of magical stones, and how much would be sent to the Imperial capital. Of course, the Imperial capital demanded everything, and I strained myself to conceal the amount earned and sent only about half. Half was still frankly too much, but I had to send a generous portion if I wanted to avoid becoming a human sacrifice in this terrifying place. I could convince myself to send more than half, thinking I was saving lives. After all, there would be surplus magical stones from the mid-game onwards. Delegates from the Northern Aryan Kingdom also visited me once. Surprisingly, Princess Yoon had a bright face. Thanks to you, I don't have to get married, so I'm relieved, you know? She said she came to see me one last time, having finished preparations to return north. The alliance had apparently been successfully concluded. Perhaps Fernandez had played a hand in it. I felt a bit sorry since this was almost like trolling on my part, but using others for political marriage as pawns shouldn't be done in the first place. Oh, by the way, I'm going to tell everyone in my country that I beat you in arm wrestling. That's fine, right? Do as you please. I could gladly grant that much. Go brag that you not only beat me but threw in a German suplex. See you later, Your Highness. Next time, put on some more muscle. I think ITLL suit my taste. With that, Yoon, before leaving, suddenly lifted her top to show me. Yoon's subordinates, and even Alberto, who was clearing teacups, were shocked. What the heck? Yoon's abs were proudly shining beneath her shirt. How about that? Cool. Huh. With a cheeky smile, she left. Well, it was impressive, but what was the purpose of showing that off before leaving? After a few chaotic days, I sighed in relief, feeling exhausted. Phew, I'm tired. With no more guests, I began preparations to head south. Your Highness, a new guest has arrived. Huh. With Alberto's guidance, someone visited. I grinned widely at the familiar face. Hey, you're alive. Clad in a maid's dress with sword coffin strapped to her back, it was Elise. Chapter 186. Elise was in surprisingly good shape, considering she had faced the Aegis Special Forces alone. Her entire body was covered in bandages. But hey, she was alive. I've been living in back alleys for a long time. I've become quite adept at surviving by any means necessary. Elise calmly pulled out an empty potion bottle from her pocket and placed it on my desk. This, which your highness gave me, was of great help. Curious, I looked, and it was the potion I had given her a while back. Had she saved it without using it and only used it now? Quite thrifty. Anyway, I did not come here to report on my well-being. Elise cleared her throat. Of course, she must have come to me as the Lion of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. I smiled broadly. Is Serenade doing okay? It's not a question for a man who's rejected a woman who's been loyal all her life. But I will answer you. Elise glared at me sharply. She spent 3 days crying until yesterday, and returned to work this morning. She then sent me here. Surely she didn't send Elise here to kill me? I was momentarily scared, but fortunately, that was not the reason. I heard you will use the road when you return to Crossroad. Yes. The stingy imperial family won't provide a spaceship for my return. So I was stuck riding a carriage to Crossroad. The further you get from the imperial capital, the more dangerous and lawless the southern roads become. You'll need an escort. Elise held her hand up to her chest. Thus my master has sent me. You are to use me as an escort to Crossroad. Huh? You, Elise? Yes. Of course, your highness, who easily bested me, may not find it significant, but I believe I will be of help. Well, of course it would be a huge help. But more than that, if you follow me, then who will guard Serenade? That was the problem. Serenade had been safe because of Elise. There are many other outstanding escorts at Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The young lady will be fine. That's what she said. But aren't you trembling? I can see you biting your lip until it bleeds. The Merchant Guild has already started a joint venture with the Imperial family. Since the Imperial family has promised the survival of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and family, no one would dare to touch Silver Winter. Your Highness will be exposed to greater danger on a long journey than my master staying at the headquarters of Silver Winter Merchant Guild. That's what my master said. She's not wrong, but I don't know why she's so upset about not being able to take care of a man she's already divorced. Elise grumbled, and I chuckled. Didn't you want me to get away from Serenade? I always wished for your highness to disappear from my master's life. But when your highness was the one who rejected her first, it's extremely, it pisses me off. What a complex and subtle loyalty. Anyway, having an SSR-rated swordsman as an escort is undoubtedly a boon. The road down is long, and if the monster frontline situation is urgent, I might be able to borrow her strength. Only Serenade felt sorry for me. So, when will you return to Crossroad? Tomorrow, I replied, glancing over my simply packed belongings. I'll leave tomorrow at noon. You should join me then. Naturally, I had to pay my respects to the Emperor before leaving, so I headed towards the royal palace. But the timing seemed to be off. Father just went to sleep. Lark and Fernandez, who were in conversation in front of the royal chamber, waved at me. Lark pointed to the firmly shut doors of the chamber. He has been awake for a long time, and the situation on the front line is becoming quite critical. He's fast asleep. Did he leave any message for me? Lark smiled at that. He said to do well. The southern front line will not receive the protection of the imperial family, no, the empire anymore. It's an independent route. Even though there is a limit of 3 years, it won't be easy. You've chosen a difficult path for yourself. Lark patted my shoulder. But thank you, Ash. What for? We no longer have to slaughter the prisoners of war as human sacrifices. Gratitude filled Lark's deep blue eyes. No matter if I am a guardian for the Empire's security, I am still a knight. Even if they are from the enemy country, I do not wish to cut down those who are not soldiers. Thanks to you, I can avoid unnecessary killing. Really, thank you. Lark's large, lid-like palm patted my back. Hey, if you're really grateful, be gentle. Well, I should return to the front line too, to organize the battlefield and have a real victory celebration. So I'll leave today. What about you, Ash? I'll leave tomorrow at noon. Ah, ah. We had a hard time gathering together, and now we're all dispersing. Lark spread his arms wide towards Fernandez and me. Come on, both of you. Fernandez and I reluctantly approached Lark, who pulled us into his massive, marble pillar-like arms. This is a hug of brotherhood. See you next time, my brothers. Erherg. Erf. After a warm hug, Lark left the royal palace without looking back. Thought my waist would break. Phew. I felt a subtle gaze and turned to see Fernandez looking at me with narrow eyes. I chuckled. What's bothering you now, dear second brother? You came all the way to the imperial capital for something as trivial as an independent route, little one? His unexpected words made me frown. You were the one who dragged me here. But well, Fernandez was right. Originally, when coming to the imperial capital, my plan was to take more of the royal troops with me. I had thought about taking twice the number of support troops currently stationed in the southern front line. I had the confidence that I could control that many without losing authority. But the exact opposite happened. The royal troops were declined, and there would be no more coming in the future. I even lost a chance to forge a good relationship with the Northern Kingdom, a military powerhouse. Always whining about the lack of troops, it was something I shouldn't have done. But then, what are you talking about? I'm gaining an enormous amount. As I chuckled, Fernandez scrunched his brow in apparent displeasure. That's right. I've gained a lot. I had secured cooperation from the largest merchant guild in the empire, gathered sponsorships from various nobles, learned the secrets of the emperor and princes, managed to rent an SSR-grade sword coffin character, and much more. But above all, I had firmly resolved. Who would I live as? And how would I live? That alone made my visit to the imperial capital meaningful. You really have been inscrutable since the old times. Fernandez shook his head in exasperation. Sometimes overly smart, sometimes acting like a thug out of nowhere. Good at obeying, then suddenly wrecking everything. You never change. Sigh, you were just cute when you were young. Fernandez sighed, waving his hand. Fine, go safely. The troops I lent you can be used for the promise period, so rest easy. Oh, I'm really grateful for that. Without them, I would have had a real headache. I'll stay here in the imperial capital, diligently guarding this nation, as I always have. Good, guard it well. I'll use the troops gratefully, and go easy on the Margrave inspection from now on. Well, I can't promise that. Fernandez grinned wickedly, fitting for the leader of the Black Ops. I turned my back after snorting at him. That's when it happened. Oh, by the way, your aide at the southern front. Aider? Question mark. I turned around, eyes wide. Fernandez mumbled expressionlessly. Don't trust that immortal bastard too much. He's a scammer. What? What do you mean? Without further explanation, Fernandez walked away and disappeared down the corridor. I stood there, dazed. What's that? What's he talking about? Come to think of it, Godhand had said he received such a secret order from the center. Keep an eye on Lord Ader. It means that Ader is a person to be wary of even in the imperial family.
Aider, en immortal?
Don't trust him? A scammer? Why? He's a game director, isn't he? Whether I like it or not, he's helping me. Why on earth is the imperial family watching Ader? Damn it, don't just throw a hint. Explain it too. How am I supposed to react to a sudden warning not to trust him? Just like my damn second brother. It was time for my last dinner in the imperial capital. I had informed Elias through that I was leaving, so I thought Serenade might come to see me one last time, but nothing happened. So the last dinner was shared with Alberto. When I invited him to dine together as a guest, not a butler, Alberto adamantly refused, but he couldn't withstand my persistence. We sat facing each other and ate. Other servants attended to us. Alberto looked both embarrassed and happy. It's been almost 50 years since I started working in the palace, but this is the first time I've had an occasion like this. Your Highness. Save it, Alberto. Both you and I will find it hard to eat in this palace for a while. At my words, Alberto gave a bitter smile. Alberto held the title of chief steward, but he had been pushed into the position of managing the Star Palace, given his age. Moreover, it seemed that he had restrained the soldiers to protect Serenade during this victory celebration. One way or another, he had fallen out of favor with those above him. So Alberto had already submitted his resignation. He would be leaving the imperial palace at the same time I departed tomorrow. What are you thinking of doing after retirement, Alberto? I don't know. I spent my whole life in this palace. Outside, I have no home, no family, nothing. You can build them one by one from now on. Heh. That would be a pleasure for the rest of my life. Dinner ended, and dessert and tea were served. I spoke quietly to Alberto, who was savoring the tea's fragrance. Alberto, could you put off your retirement plans just a little bit? Excuse me? It's too early for you to step down from the front line, isn't it? There's a place that needs you. I took a piece of paper from my pocket and handed it over. Alberto received it with a shocked look, and I smiled. Let's work our bones off for a few more years. The next day, morning, a new building bought by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Since the original building had turned to ashes, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had hurriedly bought a nearby building to use as a new Merchant Guild building. The Merchant Guild was bustling. It was busy moving into the new building, busy calculating the quantity of goods that had burned, busy preparing for a new business linked to the imperial family. Sitting at her desk on the top floor of the building, in the guild master's office, Serenade was also busy. Dressed in her usual elegant women's suit, wearing glasses, and holding a pen with her long, slender fingers, she was processing documents at a rapid pace. Except for her shortened hair, she looked exactly the same as usual. Approaching Serenade, Elise bowed her waist. "I'll be going now, my lady." Elise was carrying not only the sword coffin on her back but also 2 large bags. She was going to accompany Ash to the southern front, so it would be a long journey. Serenade gave Elise a faint smile. "Go on, Elise. We said our goodbyes yesterday, so we'll skip it today." "My lady." "Yes. Are you really okay with this? Would it be all right to send Ash away without even seeing his face?" That's what Elise was asking. "Yes, of course." Serenade dropped her gaze back to the documents. "Go on. Take good care of Prince Ash." "Yes, my lady." After hesitating for a moment, Elise bowed once more and left the guild master's office. Serenade bit her lip and continued to write. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded, and someone opened the door and entered. Serenade looked up, puzzled. "Excuse me, Countess Silver Winter." The person who had come in was Alberto, dressed in a neat suit. Serenade's silver eyes widened in surprise.
Alberto.
"I have brought the letter of recommendation from Prince Ash." Alberto approached and courteously placed the paper he was holding on Serenade's desk. "Since you'll be dealing with the imperial family more in the future," he said, "I, who used to be the palace steward, will be of help." Serenade unfolded the paper. It was a recommendation letter, personally written by Ash, suggesting Alberto as a counselor for the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. "Welcome, Alberto," Serenade exclaimed, offering her hand with a broad smile. Already tired and busy, Serenade knew that Alberto, who had been a caretaker in the imperial palace, would be a great help. "I look forward to working with you." "I'm the one who should say that, Miss Serenade." Serenade immediately tried to discuss business related to the imperial family with Alberto, but he raised his hand to stop her. "Business talk is good, Miss Serenade, but in life, there are moments that never come back," he said. "Yes. I don't think this is the time for you to be here. Prince Ash will be leaving for the south soon. Truly, is there not a single thing you wish to tell him?" Serenade lowered her head, stuttering. "But, Prince Ash, he already broke off our engagement. So, we are no longer engaged, not even lovers. How can I? So,
Alberto smiled kindly.
will you give up just like that? You, the head of Silver Winter, the Empire's largest merchant guild? There's something you want, and you're going to let it leave without a fuss. Serenade looked up at the old butler with trembling eyes. Alberto spoke with confidence. Life is short, Mississippi. Run in the direction you truly want to go. And so, tossing aside her pen and paperwork, leaving behind the pile of unfinished tasks, Serenade bolted out of her office. She began to run towards the south gate of the imperial capital, towards the place where Ash was preparing to leave for Crossroad. Chapter 187. Imperial Capital's South Gate. Standing beside a carriage laden with goods, I looked back at the enormous city. Time to say bye-bye to this city. After inhabiting this body, my world had been confined to Crossroad. Monsters, dungeons, and villages were all there was. But coming here changed that perception. This world is vast. So vast that I couldn't fathom it. And the monster frontlines, that's where this whole world was protected. Shall I return to the days of strategizing? A brief outing had been enjoyable, but indeed, I shouldn't forget my true calling. Thinking of the subordinates waiting for me in the southernmost part of the continent, I climbed onto the carriage. 10 soldiers assigned as my escorts, 2 knights, and allies also mounted their horses and carriages. All right, let's depart. I was about to say depart, but then it happened. Clatter, clatter. From inside the imperial capital's gate, I saw a woman frantically galloping on a horse. I was slightly startled at first, then soon smiled. It was Serenade. Huff! Huff! Serenade, who had stopped beside the carriage, bent over, panting. Sweat beads were forming at the tip of her delicate chin. How hurriedly she must have come. I opened the carriage door, stepped out, and looked at Serenade, bowing slightly. Serenade, have you come to say goodbye? Huff, huff. Your Highness. Catching her breath, Serenade muttered, I'm your business partner, aren't I? It was an unexpected remark, but I quickly acknowledged it. And a dance partner too. I was your fiancé. We were comrades who fought together at this party. With an invigorated expression, Serenade smiled. I won't give up on you, Your Highness. Her smile was lovely, so I just looked into her face without speaking. I was always on edge, fearing being abandoned by Your Highness. But yes, I've already been abandoned, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. Whatever I do from now on, it'll only grow closer to you. Serenade took a step closer to me. Her upward silver gaze didn't waver. Even if you push me away again and again, I will keep approaching you, Your Highness. And I will become so amazing that you'll have no choice but to look at me. If Your Highness were to go to the end of this world, I would follow you to the end of the world. I'll follow you forever, harboring this black-hearted devotion in my chest. Her audacious shout was endearing, and I grinned broadly. Having shouted so proudly, Serenade's face turned bright red as her words came to an end, and she bowed her head. I just wanted to tell you that. Covering my mouth, chuckling, I took Serenade's hand and lightly kissed her hand. Startled, Serenade's shoulders jumped, and I gave her a smile. I'll wait, at the end of the world. See you again, Serenade. After squeezing her slender hand once more, I turned and climbed onto the carriage. Holy moly! How did such cheesy actions and words automatically spring forth? Was it a habit ingrained in this body of ash? The carriage had set off. Serenade stood modestly at the southern gate of the imperial capital, continuously waving her hand. I waved back through the window. We were destined to meet again. There was much to be done with Silver Winter's merchant guild in the future. The road quickly grew distant. When Serenade was out of sight, Elias, who had been driving the horse right next to my carriage, muttered, But weren't you two breaking up? It's just a fresh start. Seems like something a playboy would say when dumping someone. That's not true. This prince is sincere. Elias let out a soft sigh. I just wish for Miss Serenade to be happy. Me too. Truly. I wished for her happiness. And so, I set out to protect the world once again. It will take about 3 weeks by carriage to reach Crossroad. A few hours into our journey, Our party took a brief rest at the first station. The knight guarding me informed me of the general schedule. I clicked my tongue. That's incredibly far. The roads are not well maintained as you head south. Until the mid-continent, you can travel like we are now, changing horses at stations. But once we enter the Margrave's territory, we won't have such luxuries. So, our current party was moving at quite a fast pace. We needed to travel as quickly as possible where the roads were good and stations were prepared. It's been over 10 days since we left Crossroad. And an additional 3 weeks from this point. That meant leaving the front lines for more than a month. I believed Lucas could handle it, and there were support troops led by Reyna. The frontline operations would likely go smoothly, but I still feel uneasy. After a long time, I opened the system window and looked at the information for the next stage enemy. My party members had gathered the information themselves during their autonomous exploration. Enemy information, Stage 7, LV.32 Giant Salamander, Elite 10 units. LV.24 Salamander, 410 units. Starting in 10 days. The next stage was the Salamander Legion. Fire-breathing lizards. They couldn't be taken down easily with our kill zone strategy as they could burn wooden fences, but compared to the recent battles with gargoyles, vampires, and wyverns, they were much more manageable. 10 days from now, it was confirmed that the defense would take place without me. I let out a heavy sigh. Could our kids handle it? 10 days later, Southern Front, Crossroad, atop the ramparts. Lucas swallowed hard, watching the flames ripple across the field beyond the walls. Thump, thump, thump. The monsters attacking this time were a Salamander Legion. Among them, the boss monsters, giant salamanders, each as big as a large house. The massive beasts, moving their bulky legs, approached the center of the field. The giant salamanders lowered themselves and shot fiery balls from the 3 holes in their backs. Boom! Whoosh! They were like enormous living cannons. And there were 10 of them. The barrage of fireballs they launched simultaneously fell upon the walls. The direct attack threatened to set the walls ablaze completely, but fortunately, there were means of defense on this side as well. Hugh! Support troops dispatched from the Imperial capital, a 5-member party of magic officers. Reyna Windwell, the leader, conjured a massive tornado, and the other party members assisted her. Swoosh! Swoosh! The fireballs, blocked by the giant tornado, dispersed in mid-air. Above their heads, fireballs and wind collided, scattering flames in all directions. The infantrymen screamed in terror. Reyna Windwell, who kept summoning the tornado, grew frustrated. Look here, Deputy Commander. How long do we have to keep blocking like this? Our magic power isn't infinite, you know? Lucas said nothing, his eyes fixed on the giant salamanders. While defending this place, nearly all the monsters had engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Even if there were creatures attacking from a distance, they were all within their range. It had been possible to counter with their firepower. But the giant salamanders had a much longer range. From beyond the reach of the cannons on the walls, they had been bombarding them with one-sided fireball attacks. There were only 3 means of attacking them from the fortress walls. Bang! First was Damien's sniping. Damien fired 2 shots from his magic rifle, Black Queen, and knocked down 2 giant salamanders. Since Ash had instructed him to fire only 3 shots before leaving, he saved the last one and continued sniping with other weapons. But the giant salamanders were tougher than he had thought. With the other magic guns, they wouldn't go down easily. SSSS. Second was Junior's magic. The magic attributes that Junior could handle were 3 lightning, wind, and water. Among them, she fired water magic, which opposed fire. Intense streams of water repeatedly struck the giant salamander, and it couldn't endure long, letting out a heavy scream as it fell. That made 3 giant salamanders they had brought down. Kolu! Kolu! But attacking a distant target with long-range magic was, of course, strenuous on the body. Junior coughed violently. Reyna Windwell looked at her with displeasure. The last, 3rd means was Reyna herself. However, Reyna was in charge of defense during this battle, blocking the enemy's fireballs. It wasn't just the giant salamanders spewing fire. Regular salamanders also approached, continuously spraying fire. Although the regular soldiers were eliminating them as soon as they appeared, the attacks didn't stop. If they deployed Reyna in the attack, the walls would become a sea of flames. In the end, the only viable means of attack were two. Damien was running out of bullets for his magic gun, and Junior's condition was at rock bottom. There's no choice. Grinding his teeth, Lucas pressed his helmet onto his head. I'll go out and take care of the remaining 5 giant salamanders myself. Evangeline. I've been waiting, sir. Evangeline grinned, gripping her spear and shield. She was wearing her sturdy golem armor. You mean to go out there, just the two of you, Deputy Commander? Are you in your right mind? Reyna asked, astonished. The area outside the castle walls was a sea of flames. Not only that, but more than 100 regular salamanders remained. Would 2 knights really dash out into such a place? Were they in their right minds? Do you have any better alternatives, Lady Reyna? Lucas, coldly staring at Reyna with his frosty eyes, unsheathed the large sword he had recently received from Ash, the Karma Eater. So our means of attack have diminished. But do you plan to continue being bombarded like this? If the shells don't reach us, we must counterattack with our bodies. Is there any other way? Reyna clicked her tongue, considering it typical of a muscle-brained knight. But Lucas' words had some merit. They couldn't just sit there forever, merely fending off fireballs. But to think that only the 2 of them would go out, watching the 2 knights descending to the first floor and mounting their horses, Reyna shook her head disapprovingly. Whether it was a step of confidence or a youngster's recklessness would soon be revealed. Lucas and Evangeline, each mounted on their horses, exchanged glances while waiting for the castle gate to open. Evangeline playfully grinned. It would be nice to have a few more stalwart melee warrior comrades. Indeed, just 3 more would be perfect. With 5 they could form a party. If they could form a melee party consisting of strong warriors, their utility would greatly increase in the future. Suddenly, the memories of the fallen warriors from the past vampire defense battle flashed before their eyes. If only a few more had survived then. With his eyes tightly shut, Lucas expelled his distracting thoughts and shouted up to the castle walls. Damien, I entrust you with our cover. Leave it to me. Lily, place all the artifacts you can on us. Activating them now. Saintess Margarita, I request shield magic. May the blessings of light. And Junior. He sharply pointed at Junior, who was wiping the blood from her mouth. Rest. Junior's expression soured. Seeing this, Reyna couldn't help but chuckle softly. Kugagung. The castle gate opened and... Charge. Let's go. Yahoo dash. It's a salamander hunt dash. Lucas and Evangeline raced out of the castle gate like arrows. In response, hundreds of monsters simultaneously spat flames at the 2 knights. Chapter 188. Lucas and Evangeline had been waiting on the walls throughout the defense. Neither was the situation to go out and fight, nor were their enemies approaching for a hand-to-hand battle, so their strength had been entirely preserved. Clatter, clatter, clatter dash. The 2 knights, mounted on horses, charged forward like chariots. The firepower of Salamander's legion concentrated on them as they burst out of the open gates. However, the first bombardment was completely negated as Reyna swung a tornado to counter it. That mage officer, I don't like her on a personal level. Lucas glanced at the walls as he muttered. But her skills are reliable. If her abilities were worth nothing, I would have kicked her out long ago. Let's go. Evangeline spurred her horse and took the lead. The ordinary salamanders continued to breathe fire, but Evangeline raised her shield and blocked them all. Immediately following behind her, Lucas swung his sword to the left and right. Swish! Snap! The salamanders in the path of the 2 knights were all cut in 2, spraying blood. In no time, they approached the closest giant salamander. The giant salamander, as large as a house, slowly turned its body and aimed its fiery muzzle at the two. Lucas and Evangeline split to the left and right simultaneously, as if by some agreement. Boom! Boom! Where the two knights had stood a moment before, fireballs now fell. But the two knights had already dispersed, diving under the massive body of the giant salamander. Ha-dash! Lucas' soul strike skill glowed as he struck down his sword. Ha-ha-ha! Evangeline thrust her spear, dealing damage payback with the accumulated damage on her shield. With Lucas' sword strike and Evangeline's spear strike, one of the thick legs of the giant salamander flew off. The giant salamander twisted its body, letting out a heavy scream. Its head, held high before, came down. The two knights, seeing their prey, simultaneously glowed with anticipation. Let's go dash! Tada! Evangeline, driving her horse towards the neck of the giant salamander, sprung up like a squirrel. Despite wearing heavy armor, she moved in an unbelievable manner. The giant salamander tried to breathe fire at Evangeline, but, "Don't breathe fire on me." She smashed the monster's crown with her shield. Bang! With the shock, the giant salamander's head fell even lower, low enough to reach Lucas' galloping sword. Flash dash! Lucas' sword erupted with brilliant rays of light. With the first skill soul strike, and the unique ability of his newly acquired sword Karma Eater to create sword energy, there was no surviving this attack. It was a finishing blow. Snap dash! Lucas' fierce upward swing cleanly severed the giant salamander's neck. The monster's enormous body collapsed, spilling lava-like blood onto the ground. That's one down. Flicking the blood off his sword, Lucas muttered, and Evangeline landed next to him with a thud. The start's good. For left. Don't let your guard down. Let's go. The two knights mounted their horses again and charged towards the next giant salamander. The battle continued, and it was when Lucas and Evangeline had toppled the third giant salamander. Birum. Evangeline's horse looked noticeably fatigued. When it refused to move properly, Evangeline was taken aback. Huh? What's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Examining the horse, Evangeline slapped her forehead in realization. Oops. The armor was too heavy. The golem armor that Evangeline wore offered immense defense, but at the cost of its tremendous weight. Besides, it was only logical that even the most robust warhorse would have its limits when the rider was performing acrobatics on the saddle while wearing such heavy armor. I should have worn lighter armor if I planned to ride. Why did she have to make these trivial mistakes? Evangeline swept a hand over the panting horse's mane. Thanks to the shield Saintess Margarita had provided, the horse had not been burned, but the battlefield was still a sea of flames. Superhuman heroic characters were not significantly affected, but it was only natural that ordinary warhorses would tire more quickly. What do? We can't fight like we did earlier. No choice. Let's return to the castle for now and then again. Lucas stopped mid-sentence as fireball bombardments rained down from above. Damn, retreat. Instinctively driving his horse out of the bombardment's path, Lucas faltered. Evangeline, following him, was too slow. Her horse couldn't move properly. With no time to act, a fireball bombardment struck right above her. Boom! Evangeline! Lucas shouted in front of the thick explosion. A moment later, a choking voice emerged from the dark smoke. Okay. Despite taking a direct hit, Evangeline had not been seriously injured. Her armor and shield were merely blackened. Ugh! The horse! But the warhorse caught in the fireball's blast was instantly killed. Evangeline mourned beside her fallen horse.
I'm so sorry.
Now's not the time. Lucas quickly grabbed Evangeline by the back of her neck, hoisted her behind him, and fled the area. The falling fireball caused an immense explosion. We've lost our mobility. We must finish this as quickly as possible. But without their feint, the monster's attacks focused on them. Lucas and Evangeline's horse was continually bombarded. Approaching the fourth giant salamander, their horse was finally swept away by the relentless attack. Nay! Damn! Whoa! The two knights who had fallen from their horse quickly rolled to their feet, but flames continued to fly at them from all directions.
Bang!
Whoosh! Evangeline held her shield forward, blocking the fireballs, while Lucas swung his sword to fend off minor attacks. They were stuck in place, continuously battered by flames. Was it a mistake to come out here with just the two of us? In the sea of flames, Lucas bit his lip. He had been confident in his individual strength during previous battles. He had judged that he and Evangeline could handle the situation by themselves. Better to finish it as the two best knights rather than risk unnecessary casualties by bringing other soldiers. That had been his thinking. But had he been wrong? Had it been a reckless strategy? What would my lord have commanded? Ash's confident smile, always delivering the optimal instructions, flickered before my eyes. I missed it. No, because of that. Lucas gritted his teeth. Ash had said he trusted Lucas and had entrusted him with the command. He had said that no one but Lucas could handle the role of commander. He had to honor that trust. Lucas gripped his sword tightly. That's when it happened. Swoosh dash! A blue wave shot out from the castle wall, hitting the face of the fourth giant salamander. Boom! The monster, just about to launch an attack on Lucas and Evangeline, twisted its body, screaming in pain. Startled, I looked toward the wall to find it was Junior. Exhausting her last strength, Junior had cast a spell, but now she was falling to the ground. Now's our chance. The monster's attack had weakened momentarily, and Lucas and Evangeline dashed forward with all their might. Once they closed in, the rest happened in an instant. Lucas and Evangeline slew the fourth giant salamander in a single strike. Thump! Standing next to the massive fallen monster, Lucas and Evangeline caught their breaths. Only one left now? Yes, we just need to take that one down. The last giant salamander was particularly far away. 50 other regular salamanders were also gathered there. They couldn't just rush in without a plan. Lucas wiped the sweat and blade grime from his jaw with the back of his hand, clicking his tongue. How do we take it down? Meanwhile, atop the castle wall. Damien was deep in thought. He looked down at the magic gun, Black Queen in his hand. The prince commanded that I only fire this gun 3 times. Although the reason was not given, Ash had urgently instructed not to fire the Black Queen more than 3 times. He didn't understand why there was suddenly a constraint on his well-used weapon, but Ash's words must be obeyed without question. So he had fired only twice so far, saving the last bullet. Damien looked back at the battlefield. He saw Lucas and Evangeline, isolated in a fiery hell, without their steeds. Eventually, Damien made up his mind and nodded. They'll fire the last shot here. He raised the Black Queen and took aim, targeting the giant salamander, then hesitated. Ash had said to shoot only 3 times, but not that he should kill only 3. With one more shot, hitting as many enemies as possible would make the remaining battle easier. If I align the trajectory well, hit as many as possible with a single shot. Running to the end of the wall, Damien soon finished aiming. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang dash! With a resounding blast, the magic bullet was fired. Soaring to the end of the battlefield, the magic bullet precisely pierced the giant salamander's eye, penetrated its head, and additionally impaled 2 regular salamanders that had been guarding it. Kugagung! The last giant salamander spewed flames and fell. Phew! Watching the scene, Damien felt a secret relief. With this, they had passed another critical point in this defensive battle. Huh? That's when Damien noticed something odd. From the magic core of the Black Queen, a faint, unknown aura began to spread. It was like smoke. Hungry. So hungry. It seemed like a voice could be heard. What's that? Rubbing his tired eyes and looking back at the Black Queen, it was unchanged. It retained its usual smooth and beautiful appearance. Did I see something false because I used my eyes too much today? Shrugging it off, Damien wrapped the Black Queen back over his shoulder. As Damien's gaze shifted away, once again, a faint aura began to spread from the Black Queen's magic core. It was a sinister light, like the darkness of midnight. Crash! With Damien's supporting fire, the last giant salamander fell. Lucas and Evangeline took care of the remaining ordinary salamanders one by one. Regular soldiers also streamed out of the gates to assist in this process. After defeating all the monsters and putting out the fires scattered across the battlefield, the sun had already set. The defense had taken the entire day. Returning to within the castle walls, Lucas suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Evangeline had already leaned against the wall and started to doze off as soon as she got back. "You worked hard, Deputy Commander." Reyna, who was overseeing the aftermath of the battle, smiled at Lucas. "I must acknowledge your bravery, but you won't last long with that approach. You only have one life after all." Lucas agreed. Today's battle had certainly felt more awkward than usual. Although they had managed to pull through safely, the process had been dangerous and sloppy. Above all, Lucas himself lacked confidence in giving the orders. What this front line needed was Ash. "My lord," surveying his party members, scattered and fatigued around the castle walls, Lucas murmured to himself, "Please come back soon. Stage 7, clear. Stage MVP, Damien, N. Leveled up characters. Lucas, SSR, LV.45, 1. Evangeline, SSR, LV.45, 1. Jupiter Jr., SSR, LV.54, 1.
Damien, N, LV.43, 2.
Deceased or injured characters. None. Acquired items. Salamander Legion Magic Stones. 290. Giant Salamander Magic Core, R5. Stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. R-grade reward boxes, 5. Get ready for the next stage. Stage 8. A Lucky Day. Chapter 189. 3 weeks had passed since we left the imperial capital. At present, my companions and I had successfully made our way to the southernmost end of the continent, near Crossroad. The hardships of those 3 weeks had taken their toll, leaving all of us, including the knights, soldiers, mercenaries who joined us along the way, and even allies, looking quite worn out. I'll skip the detailed recounting of those 3 weeks, for if I were to record everything, the story would never end. We had indeed embarked on a grand adventure that was anything but easy. If I were to write a novel about this journey, it might well fill a whole volume. After a journey filled with blood, sweat, tears, dreams, hope, friendship, and much more, we had arrived within a day's distance of Crossroad. Tomorrow, this journey will come to an end. The knight who had led us thus far said, smiling faintly as he spoke to me. Having shared life and death experiences over 3 weeks, we had grown quite close. The thought of parting the next day was a bitter one. How about settling down in the southern front lines for good? I must respectfully decline, Your Highness. I have family back in the imperial capital. Family is something we can't argue against. I discreetly asked the other knights and soldiers, but they all declined as well. Well, the rural areas like these backwaters probably wouldn't meet the tastes of the people from the imperial capital. Or maybe it was because they'd have to fight monsters. Anyway, you all worked hard. As dusk fell, we set up camp in the mountains and gathered around the bonfire. It was the last day of a long journey, and everyone's faces showed some relaxation. I looked around at everyone and smiled. Rest well once we reach Crossroad tomorrow. They'll make sure to treat you generously. It's exciting to hear that from the prince, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I'll feed you all the generous countryside hospitality. After all, the food in Crossroad is decent, right? The local lord recommended it. Just then, the other knights and soldiers who had been scouting the surroundings returned. They carried full water containers in their hands. No enemies in sight. There happens to be a clear pond nearby. The water is cool and tastes good. That's great. Let's drink and wash up comfortably tonight. While the rest of the soldiers rushed to the pond to fill their containers, a large pot was hung over the bonfire, and dinner was prepared. Tonight's cook was Elias. As I listened to the contents bubbling inside the pot, I asked Elias, What will you do? Elias? Are you going back to the imperial capital too? I am a servant of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and a slave to Miss Serenade. Elias answered in her characteristically indifferent voice. My place is by her side. Of course, I must return. That's a shame. Over the past 3 weeks, Elias had saved my life several times, and I had saved hers once or twice, so we had grown quite close. I had thought about persuading her to stay and fight on the monster front lines, but her loyalty to her original master was too strong. It seemed like a difficult task. You'll rest for a few days though, right? It's too soon to let you go. You've worked hard for 3 whole weeks. Rest at my residence before leaving. Elias briefly glanced at me with her enigmatic violet eyes. No, it's purely out of consideration, you know? Of course, I do fully intend to ask for help if a defensive battle occurs while you're here. But, bubbling, then the sound from the pot grew slightly suspicious. Silently cooking, Elias drew anxious glances from me and the other soldiers as we silently broke into a cold sweat. Elias was incredibly adept at anything related to combat, but everything else in daily life, cooking, laundry, mending clothes, was a complete disaster. It was unclear why she stubbornly wore the maid's attire. Why not just wear the Undertaker's costume like in the game? That would be brilliant. You have to play to your strengths. But since she never tried to escape these tasks, she also volunteered for cooking duty. Tonight's dinner might be downright terrifying. Well, it was the last night, so we could laugh it off. But I guess we'd still go to bed hungry tonight. Elias, who had been stirring the pot, suddenly stopped to taste it, and her expression soured. She then spat out what was in her mouth. Couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Why does it taste bad this time? Is it salty? Sharp? What's so bad that you had to spit it out? No, this is... Elias suddenly looked at the pot. A large water container that was filled from the pond earlier was visible. The same water had been used to cook the food. This water, something's wrong with it. Ha! It's laced with paralyzing poison. I blinked in disbelief. What was she talking about? Ugh! Gore! I am paralyzed? At that moment, the soldiers, who were either chatting or preparing camp, suddenly began to convulse and fall one by one. The knight who first fetched the water looked at the container in despair. No, this can't be. I made sure there was no poison in it. Cough. Soon he too fell to the ground, groaning. In an instant, everyone fell. In the entire camp, the only one unaffected was Elias, who hadn't drunk the water. Me? Of course, I was affected too. I gulped it down with enthusiasm. For heaven's sake, what a world. Well, it doesn't feel like a huge crisis, though. Paralyzed and sitting, I let out a chuckle. There had been too many incidents over the past 3 weeks, especially last week's ghost frenzy. That was terrifying. Falling paralyzed as a group didn't feel like a big crisis, but the subsequent emergency was definitely serious. Rustle. As the soldiers fell paralyzed, people with swords in hand suddenly appeared all around our camp. Their sly faces, ragged clothes, malicious eyes, and sharp blades were the typical look of bandits. In the northern mountainous region of Crossroad, bandits have lived for quite a while. They've been a problem for a long time. I was suddenly reminded of a conversation I had with Evangeline. It was when we recruited Godhand and the Shadow Squad. Bandits had stolen a prisoner transport, only to be bested by the Shadow Squad members. Those bandits had looked mediocre, but the ones surrounding us now were different. The way they were slowly tightening their encirclement, well-coordinated and orderly, smelled of good training. Clank! Elias quickly grabbed her sword coffin and stood in front of me, blocking the way. Fortunately, my paralysis hadn't taken effect, so I grinned and shouted, "You must be the grand bandits of the Green Forest. What brings you to us? Hungry? We were preparing dinner. Care to join us?" Eliza's cooking might not be tasty, but still, while spouting this nonsense, I thoroughly scanned the surroundings. I wasn't just shouting for fun. The reason I threw this joke was to, ah ha ha ha. It's been a long time since someone invited me to dinner. Find their leader. Someone took my bait and walked slowly toward us. Just accept our heartfelt thanks and eat your dinner on your own. You'll have to follow us anyway, since you can't escape the paralysis poison that you can only find here in the Margrave's territory. Soon, the bandits' leader revealed himself, a young, muscular brute standing at least 2 meters tall. His flaming red hair was braided into a ponytail, and on his forehead was a vivid X-shaped scar. Exclamation point! My eyes widened in recognition. Bandit King Kulin, why are you here? The leader of all the bandits in the southern continent, the named enemy NPC boss Kulin, commonly known as the Bandit King. This guy even appeared in the game, mainly as an enemy during subjugation events. A randomly roaming NPC in the southern continent, so hard to find. How did he get caught here of all places? An SR-ranked fighter, he's strong himself, and his followers, true to the Bandit King's elite guard, are incredibly well-trained for bandits. During subjugation events, if players weren't careful, they could end up with even greater losses. I immediately revised my earlier thought that this didn't feel like a big crisis. This bandit chaos is a bigger crisis than the ghost chaos. People are indeed scarier than ghosts. You folks caught in our trap look like you're worth a lot. This is going to be quite the profit. A ferocious smile spread across Kulin's face. Today's my lucky day. This is bad luck indeed. Grumbling, I saw Kulin gesture at me. And you there, if my eyes and instincts don't deceive me, you must be the new Lord of Crossroad, right? I narrowed my eyes. There was no point in denying it. Yes, I am Ashborn Hater Everblack, the Lord of Crossroad and the Emperor's third son. Oh, indeed. Such an esteemed person. You know that messing with me could be more trouble than it's worth, right? Leave now, and I'll let it slide. Ah, I can't do that. You're the biggest catch in ages. Kulin laughed heartily. If I take you hostage, I can make a good fortune. I can't possibly back down. No, I promise to escort you without a scratch. It's been a long time since someone acknowledged my worth at first sight. How touching. Grumbling, I whispered to Elise, who was guarding me. Elise, get out of here. Yes. With a sharp gaze surveying her surroundings, Elise looked like she might draw her sword from the sword coffin at any moment. She turned her flustered eyes to me. What do you mean, Your Highness? Of course, Elise is strong. Among all the people here, she might be the strongest. However, our opponents were the Bandit King and his close guards. Each one of them was strong, their numbers were large, and they had us surrounded. No matter how much of a monster Elise was, being the top tier in the SSR grade swordsman, winning the fight alone while protecting all the paralyzed allies was impossible. Instead, it would be better to... Crossroad is only a day away. Go there and ask for reinforcements. This was the better option. In the game, Kulin was a bandit who kidnapped people, then released them after receiving money. There was a suppression event where you had to raid the bandit hideout to rescue allies who had randomly been captured before they met a terrible fate. Even if all of us were captured, they wouldn't kill us right away. They'd probably demand a ransom and wait. Elise examined me with her flowing navy blue eyes, then finally nodded. I understand. Having traveled together for the last 3 weeks, Elise had come to trust my command ability unequivocally. Thus, she decided to follow without question. I will organize a rescue team as quickly as possible. Please take care. You be careful getting out, too. I grinned at Elise. Talking big while paralyzed from the neck down felt rather amusing. Thump! Elise suddenly stomped the ground and dashed toward a corner of the encircling net. The bandits guarding that side were surprised and tried to block her, but in the face of Elise's martial prowess, it was futile. Thwack! Thud! Bang bang! In no time, Elise had pierced one side of the encircling net and disappeared from sight. Ho? Not bad at all. But Kulin simply watched Elise run away, whistling in admiration. I was puzzled. Aren't you going to stop her? Somebody needs to go and demand the ransom anyway. No need to stop her. Kulin yelled at Eliza's retreating figure. If you don't want this precious person to get hurt, bring plenty of gold coins. If the price isn't right, we won't release him, so make sure to bring the correct amount. Kulin's voice echoed, and Eliza was quickly out of sight. Chuckling with a low, sneering laugh, Kulin gestured to his minions. The bandits began to tie up and drag away my comrades who lay paralyzed here and there. Now, let's us enjoy our time together. Kulin came to my side, grabbed the back of my collar, and effortlessly lifted me up. It was a light movement, as if lifting a baby kitten. Holding me as carefully as a chunk of gold, paralyzed and unable to move, Kulin licked his lips. Shall we have a fun time, Your Highness the Prince? I asked, trembling. What kind of fun time are we going to have? Will we play a board game together? What? Chapter 190. And so, we were dragged to the lair of Bandit King Kulin and his minions. Yahoo! Party time dash. We were truly having a good time, just as Kulin had said. In the midst of the mountain stronghold, a large campfire was blazing, roasting wild animal meat. They had just successfully hunted deer and wild boar, and were now busily grilling a massive barbecue. It was like a scene from some pirate cartoon, where they'd shout party time dash, and make merry. The bandits around the campfire were gleefully playing. As for us, we who were captured were huddled together, tied up and watching the campfire. We were bound with rope around our bodies and upper arms, but our forearms were free, and grilled meat had been placed in front of us. As the bandits sang and danced, we chewed our individual pieces of meat, dazedly watching. The leader, with a face that had given up on everything, mumbled, "It's tasty. Really? It's better than Eliza's cooking." I guess so. I chewed the meat, which was gamey but had a certain wild flavor, as I surveyed the surroundings. The stronghold, or perhaps it would be better to call it a village, was an unlikely place for so many people to be living in such a rugged mountain. Among the 100 or so villagers, only about 30 who had attacked us seemed combat-ready. The rest were emaciated, looking just poor. They looked like refugees, to be honest. Thud! Kulin came and crouched in front of me, holding a large bottle of liquor. How is it? Any discomfort? Guests? Kulin, after chugging from the bottle, smiled, his lips curling up. He appeared quite young, but his actions, speech, and the fact that he was a bandit chief gave him an old man's vibe. I shook the wild boar bone in my hand. Thanks for treating us, the hostages, to meat. Wahaha! Don't mention it. I've already looted all your valuables and will be ransoming you, so what's a bit more meat? I can give you as much as you want. Huh? That's true. This is a total loss for us. Not just in words, Kulin ordered his minions to refill the plates with meat in front of us. I did not refuse and ate with relish. Kulin laughed heartily, watching me. In a situation like this, you're so composed. Truly brave. It seems the rumors I heard about the third prince were all false. You never really know a person until you meet them, right? Wahaha. So true. I smiled at Kulin, who was slapping his knee in laughter. I didn't know you were this kind of person until I met you either, Kulin. Kulin's eyes widened. Did I tell you my name? I'm the Lord of Crossroad. How could I not know about the Bandit King Kulin of the South? Actually, I just knew from playing the game. Bandit King Kulin, notorious for relentlessly targeting only the citizens of the Empire for the last 10 years. An evil bandit who made a bad name for himself in the southern part of the continent. But those who were robbed were only citizens of the Empire, and you even helped the war refugees from other nations, didn't you? I looked at the emaciated villagers. Near Crossroad, there had been people living like this. From the Empire's perspective, you're nothing but bandits to be subdued. But to the refugees hiding, you are righteous outlaws. That's you, Kulin. At my words, Kulin laughed dejectedly, as if it was absurd. Righteous outlaw? They call me that. Haven't you done things to be called that? I'm not at liberty to do such honorable deeds. I'm just taking advantage of the refugee tribes while I find someone worth robbing. Kulin glanced at the shabbily constructed refugee tribe and chuckled. We provide these people with daily food and money, and these pitiful folks provide us with a place to sleep and hide. Just like this, after about a decade or so, we've formed a sort of symbiotic relationship. There are more than a couple of countries that the empire has destroyed. In these remote areas where the empire's laws don't reach, there are many refugee tribes. I clicked my tongue. If they are citizens of a country annexed by the empire, wouldn't there be a legal path to become citizens of the empire? You don't honestly believe that this path would work properly in these remote areas controlled by a margrave, do you, Your Highness? Coolin had a smirk on his lips. These people are the dregs of the earth, unable to live under the empire's rule. Their original country was burned and ruined, and within the empire, they're discriminated against and oppressed. Hell everywhere they go. With nowhere else, they're pushed to live at the very edge of cliffs. Coolin gulped down his drink, wiping his mouth, laughing. Since I've robbed someone of your caliber this time, I guess I'll have to move all these people somewhere else. But it's worth it, right? I'm banking on your ransom, Your Highness. My ransom? I'll send someone to Crossroad in a few days. Well, negotiate, get the money, and release you right away. Just endure until then. Being a distinguished person, we'll provide you with all possible comforts. I forced a smile. I hope you don't ask too much, Coolin. I didn't know precisely how much I was worth, but the more my comrades value me, the harder it will be for you to afford it. The night deepened. The campfire went out. The food was gone. The refugees who were excited after a long feast. The bandits thrilled with their big catch. The captured Imperial soldiers, all had dispersed. Staring down at the darkened tribe, Coolin continued to gulp down his drink. The image of Ash, with whom he'd been conversing moments before, was lingering in his mind. Did I mess with someone too big? From the moment he met Ash's gaze, a chill had been running down Coolin's spine. Though just a bandit group, Coolin, who had reigned as their leader and evaded the Empire's pursuit for 10 years, felt uneasy. He considered himself not very bright but was confident in his intuition. Something didn't smell right. It was ominous. Tisk. He thought he'd scored big for the first time in a while, but of all people his opponent had to be a prince. But what could be done? The prince and his party had already been captured, and his own situation was even more desperate. He urgently needed money and supplies. After all, this is the southernmost point of the continent. It's a margrave among margraves. It didn't matter if the hostage was the prince or whoever else. This place was the end of the world, where neither the imperial family bothered to watch nor the goddess paid attention. Kidnapping and demanding a ransom, as usual, was all that needed to be done. Once the money was snatched and they escaped cleanly, everything would be resolved. As long as the prince was returned unharmed after taking the money, the imperial forces wouldn't risk their lives to pursue them. Thinking this way, Coolin struggled to lie down and went to sleep like his subordinates. Crossroad was more than a day's distance away, and this neighborhood was far from the kidnapping location. Finding this place would be difficult in itself. Even if a rescue team were to storm in, there would be plenty of time. They could rest easy at least for the night. I have always been lucky. It will be fine this time too. With that thought, Coolin slowly drifted off to sleep. That was a mistake. Inside a building at the edge of the neighborhood, I was sitting on an unimpressive but assigned bed, lost in thought. I had considered taking advantage of the boisterous atmosphere to escape, but the bandits' watchful eyes were sharp. True to their bandit king's direct command, they were on high alert. Escape was impossible with my hands and feet bound like this, so all I could do was wait for the rescue team. With that in mind, I was about to lie down and sleep comfortably when, thump, thump, a dull thumping sound came from outside. Huh? Wondering what was happening, I looked out of the building to find Evangeline carefully laying 2 defeated bandits on the ground. Our eyes met. It was our reunion after almost a month, and both Evangeline and I were momentarily stunned to encounter each other in this place. Immediately after, tears welled in Evangeline's green eyes. Senior. She rushed over to hug me. I was shocked. Wow, Wah, Senior. Are you crying? I mean, a tearful reunion is good and all. But right now, the ones who really feel like crying are me and my team. We were kidnapped. Wah. Yes. Evangeline. It's good to see you again after such a long time. I did my best to comfort the sniffling Evangeline. Was my being kidnapped that big of a worry? Honestly, her reaction was somewhat pleasing. But something was off. Sob, Senior. Help me. Wiping her tears, Evangeline mumbled. What? I broke out in a cold sweat. Shouldn't you be the one helping me? I'm the one who's kidnapped, see? Look, I'm still bound up like this. While you were away, Lucas, Juju, Damien, everyone, Evangeline, sniffling and swallowing her snot, said, they've all gone crazy. Gone crazy? My reliable comrades? All of them? They all started acting strange since you weren't around, and now they've turned completely insane. Eh? You'll see when you see them. They all came to rescue you. Having calmed down a bit, Evangeline undid my restraints. As we walked outside together, I asked, but how did you get here so quickly? It's not even half a day since we sent the distress signal. We were on our way to meet you as soon as we heard that our senior was coming. We were camping, and then Elias came with the request for rescue. So that's what happened. But how did you find this area? The kidnapping place was quite far away, making the search difficult. That is. Evangeline let out a deep sigh. You'll find out soon. Anyway, Evangeline and I hurried out of the building to rescue the rest of my kidnapped companions. Junior, who had arrived before us, was releasing the captured soldiers. Junior looked back at me with a bright complexion. It's been a long time, Your Highness. Yes, it's been a while, but I pointed at the things dangling all around Junior's body. What are those? Junior was equipped with packed lunches full of food and cups full of drinks, even chewing on spinach at that very moment. I was suffering from a loss of blood, so I came up with a solution. Then, she picked up a bottle of tomato juice that was hanging from her waist and took a sip. If I throw up a lot of blood, I just have to make more, right? So I decided to eat food that's good for anemia 24 hours a day. This way, it'll make more blood than I lose, maintaining the balance. Hehe. I am so smart. Well, it's not entirely wrong, but is it right or not? Is it? Just then, Evangeline, who had been watching Junior, shook her head slightly. Juju's craziness is on the cute side. That's considered cute? The other two are really in bad shape. At that moment, we were spotted by a bandit guard who was about to blow a horn. However, before we could even react, whiz-thwack, an arrow flew in and shattered the horn into pieces. Kehak! The horn was destroyed, sending shockwaves in all directions, and the startled guard fainted. Only one person could make such a precise shot. I looked in the direction the arrow had come from, pleased. Damien, my trigger. Heh. And there was something covered in a dark aura. Damien, who was laughing unervingly and making an unpleasant sound. What's with him? With a crossbow in one hand and a magic gun, Black Queen in the other, Damien posed bizarrely and muttered, "These eyes. See the darkness well. Why has he suddenly come down with a case of Chinibu?" TL note. For those that don't read JP novels, it means 8th grade syndrome. The author decided to use said language here. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 191. It's been a while, Your Imperial Highness. Damien posed with one hand over his eye, murmuring ominously, "But please, do not come near me." Right now, a nightmare is slumbering in this right hand. A very vicious and dark nightmare that might consume the world. Then, suddenly, he grabbed his right arm, which held the magical gun, and groaned. "Arg! Calm down, Orlop. I understand your urge to rampage, but we are in front of His Imperial Highness now." Seriously, he's become such a clicked junior high character. I pointed at Damien with the tip of my finger and asked Evangeline, When did he start acting like that? He's been like that since the last defensive battle. Evangeline shook her head back and forth. It seems the magical gun is the cause. I tried to take it away somehow, but he wouldn't let go of it even if it killed him. The Black Queen seemed to be causing the problem. A dark aura emanating from the magical core of the gun enveloped Damien. A recollection of something the magical blacksmith Kelly Bay once said brushed through my mind. The more you kill with the Nightmare Slayer, the more the nightmare slumbering in the weapon awakens. I quickly opened the party menu in the system window to examine Damien's equipment status. Black Queen engulfed in Nightmare, SSR, LV.55. Type, Magical Gun. Attack power, 225 to 250. Durability, 7/7. Ammo capacity, 7/7. Shoots cursed bullets that may instantly kill the enemy. The probability increases with weapon proficiency. Kill count achieved. Nightmare Legion Commander Black Spider Queen Orlop trait unlocked. Orlop's Rage. As the magazine empties, the bullets grow stronger. The 7th and last bullet does double the damage of the first, always inflicting a critical hit. Orlop's Hunger. The user is eroded by nightmares, revealing their inner darkness. If the user wins the struggle against the nightmare, the darkness disappears. If they lose, they are completely consumed by the darkness. Indeed, the kill count had been filled, unlocking the Nightmare Legion Commander trait. An odd prefix was also added to the equipment's name. After reading the description, I looked at Damien with apprehension. So that's Damien's inner darkness? Damien's inner darkness is Chinibu. It's kinda cute for darkness, isn't it? Anyway, the additional damage option was terrific, but the other aspect was a problem. A struggle against nightmares? Who knows what could happen if Damien loses this struggle with the nightmare? I can't lose Damien over a single piece of equipment. I thought that unequipping the Black Queen might alleviate the situation, and I approached Damien to take it away. Snap! At that moment, Damien reached out with his left hand and opened it to me. Please trust me, Your Imperial Highness. Holding the magical gun with his right hand lowered, Damien growled in a strained voice. I need the power of this magical gun. Please trust me. I will surely subdue this darkness and make it my strength. From amidst his tousled brown curly hair, Damien's round brown eyes, the farsight that had saved this monster frontline from game over time and time again, were sparkling brightly as usual. Although he had suddenly started showing severe symptoms of an acute delusion disorder, consumed by nightmares, he was undeniably my trigger, my Damien. So I chose to believe. I believed that Damien alone could win the battle for control against the nightmare. Ill trust in you, Damien. Just leave it to me. Heh heh. I wish He'd fixed that laugh. I should watch for now and snatch the magic gun away if his condition gets worse. Anyway, that's how it went. Damien, who was cackling while holding the magic gun, joined us, along with Junior, who was diligently eating health food without a break. They're both definitely not in good shape, I said, clicking my tongue. Evangeline whispered to me, her face pale. Compared to the last person, these two are like gentlemen. Ah, that state is gentlemanlike. Lucas, he's really, I can't describe it with words. Should I just say he's completely gone? Evangeline, sighing and holding her forehead, pointed to one side of the camp. Ah, there he is. See for yourself. I looked in that direction. Thwack. Thud. Gah. Aya. From the shadows of the night, a large figure swung his fists like a beast, and two rushing bandits crumbled, their weapons shattered. Grr. A beast-like growl faintly cut through the midnight darkness. Blue eyes flickered like flames between disheveled blonde hair, and slowly, the figure stepped out from the shadows. A wolf? No, that wasn't it. It was Lucas, crouched down like a wild animal, huffing breaths visible between bared fangs. Wobbling unsteadily, Lucas emerged into the moonlight. Beast transformation. My knight, who had strayed from the path of humanity in his thirst for strength, was there. We made it to the site where our senior was kidnapped, but it was night in the mountains, making tracking difficult. Evangeline sighed heavily, watching Lucas growl and bare his teeth. I figured as much. Tracking is a specialty of classes like thieves or hunters, not our party members. Damien's sharp eyes might have made it possible, but with his current condition, Lucas himself decided to enter that wolf state, saying that waiting until daylight to track would be too late. He initiated the beast transformation. He used beast transformation to become more like a beast and track me. And as a result, the transformation progressed too far, turning him into something fierce like a wolf. Lucas. I stepped forward to calm him down. It's me, Ash. You recognize me, right? It's okay, right? Beast transformation progresses in 3 major stages. First stage. The power of the beast begins to inhabit the human body. This is a relatively sane stage where human beings use the power of the beast as a tool. Second stage. The beast starts to swallow up rational thought. Language ability is lost, and the person begins to act half like a beast. Yet, there's still some semblance of human self-awareness, even though the boundaries have become blurred. Third stage. Transforming completely into a beastly state. Losing all human reason, normal thinking, and becoming a monster that merely thirsts for violence. Phase 1 seems to have passed, and if it reaches Phase 3, there's no turning back. But if it's just at Phase 2, it can still be reversed. I swallowed my dry spit and approached Lucas. Please, Lucas. Recognize me. Your lord has returned, Lucas. With all limbs intact. Growl. But Lucas still emitted a wolf-like groan and approached me threateningly. Evangeline tensed and raised her shield, while Juju and Damien also gripped their respective weapons. In an instant, the distance between Lucas and me closed. Lucas stared at me with his blue eyes, advancing menacingly, but I didn't back away and stood still. He stopped right in front of me. A silence ensued. Lucas and I simply looked at each other. The other party members tensed their bodies, ready to intervene at any moment. Then, thump, Lucas knelt on one knee before me. His once fiercely burning blue eyes suddenly softened. Lucas grinned like a big dog, slowly bowing his head. Even as his rationality was transforming into that of a beast, he still recognized me. Thank goodness! I let out a sigh of relief. He may be a beast, but he's our house's dog still. Unconsciously, I tousled Lucas' blonde hair as one would handle a large dog. Lucas stayed obedient. Good boy. Evangeline, who had been watching from the side, muttered in disbelief. He's literally turned into a faithful hound. Keep quiet. That's not something to say to a sick person. Anyway, it seems he still recognizes me, but if left like this, he might really become a dog, and he'll have to scratch his belly and play catch with him, so better turn him back into a human now. I pointed to Lucas' waist. Try to grab the Karma Eater. With a big nod, Lucas obediently drew his long sword and handed it to me. No, don't give it to me. I put it back into Lucas' hand. Activate the sword's energy. Then, from the tip of the sword Lucas was holding, a surge of sword energy erupted. Karma Eater is a weapon that generates sword energy by consuming temperament values. Can also use the beastification value as fuel. After about 10 minutes of burning the sword energy, Lucas suddenly gasped and regained his senses. Gasp! My lord! You're safe. You're the one who's not safe, you big canine brat. I'm truly relieved, my lord. You don't know how worried I was. Listen to me. It's fortunate that I had the Karma Eater looted. Otherwise, you might have lived your whole life as a dog. I gave Lucas a light smack on the head. I told you not to use beastification recklessly, you brat. My apologies. Upon hearing the news that you were kidnapped, my lord, I lost my reason. Lucas hung his head with realization, yet still bared his teeth in a grin. I'm truly relieved that you're safe, my lord. I heaved a heavy sigh. How could I scold him further? This foolish knight, who had even burned his humanity for my sake. Don't do that again. Seriously. I will be careful, my lord. Anyway, Lucas had regained his sanity. But he was still not entirely free from his beastly state. Still crouching with a twisted posture. His bright blue eyes looked fierce, like a wolf's, when they weren't focused on me. I clicked my tongue, looking at the disheveled appearance of the main party that had finally reunited. To think everyone would lose their minds just because I was gone for a little over a month. I patted Evangeline's shoulder, who seemed to be the only one in a normal state. Evangeline, you managed to hold it together. Hee. Who am I? The heir to the Margrave, the last line of defense protecting Crossroad.
Im Evangeline Cross.
Of course. I held on tightly and endured. You're the only one, seriously. Hey, you all should learn from Evangeline. You're all her older brothers and sisters. But the looks on the faces of the other party members were strange at my words. They all seemed somewhat aggrieved. Junior, who had just emptied a bottle of tomato juice, spoke up. Actually, Miss Evangeline was the one who lost her mind the most. Ahem. Ah. Well, let's leave that story behind. Let's finish cleaning up this place. Evangeline hurriedly mumbled and looked around. This is enemy territory. The enemy territory. We never know when more enemies might pop out. And then, as if on cue, to bandits ran across the roofs of the nearby buildings and leaped down towards us. At their forefront was a giant with flaming red hair flaring like fire, the bandit King Coolin. Head dash! With an unbelievably nimble motion for his large stature, Coolin soared through the air, executing a smooth flying kick. Reckless. Lucas, charging forward, struck with Karma Eater. Chong! The sound of metal rang out as the sword and foot met. Coolin was wearing metal gauntlets and boots on both arms and legs. The Bandit King swung his metal fists and feet, adorned with rings and spikes, all around in a dazzling display. Chong! Chong! Cha-cha-chong. In an instant, Lucas and Coolin exchanged over 10 blows before they each backed off. To think a pursuit team would catch up overnight. Should I praise the Imperial Prince? Or, should I say that I was sloppy? Coolin straightened his stance with a sneering smile, as his subordinates readied their weapons. I crossed my arms and grinned. These guys are my direct elite party. You could say they're my hand-picked dream team. Of course, they'd rush to me if I were in danger, right? Dream team. A magician struggling with spinach, a sniper holding his right arm yelling "Stay still." A knight on all fours like a beast. Coolin looked over them in turn and tilted his head. For a dream team, they seem a bit broken? Watch your mouth, you brat. Broken? That's harsh. My guys might be in bad shape, but Coolin pointed to the 4 bandits behind him. These are my hand-picked guys too. Even when pursued by the Imperial Army's Medium Knight Division last year, these guys fought equally. So it was 5 against 5. Party PvP situation. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go here, Your Highness. I need your bounty. You'll have to be kidnapped again, quietly. Coolin's gauntlets clashed together with a resounding bang. At his chest, Lucas growled at him, asking, "Shall I kill him, my lord?" "What? No, what are you talking about?" I grinned and looked over Coolin and his party. We should kidnap them. That Bandit King was an SR-grade character, wasn't he? His followers were likely all at least R-grade, right? I absolutely must take them to Crossroad. ID said it before. If they were capable of killing the monsters, whether they were ghosts, demons, or zombies, I was more than willing to take them. A bandit was trivial in comparison. Hey, you're mine too. You'll have to be captured quietly. Chapter 192. 5 versus 5. Party PvP. As with any team game, the difference in team composition played a significant role in this setup. The bandits on the other side were composed of 1 brawler, 2 warriors, and 2 bow rogues. Our team consisted of 1 commander, 2 knights, 1 sniper, and 1 mage. The most significant difference between the 2 sides. Whoosh! Of course, it was the presence of a mage. The massive wave summoned by Junior swept the bandits away. In truth, that move had already sealed the game. Caught in the current, the bandits stumbled and fell without even getting a chance to fight back. Ugh! I'm feeling faint. Junior grabbed his forehead and wobbled after casting the spell. What was the point of eating health food then?
Top, 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 top.
Then, the cheerful sound of footsteps was heard, and there was Coolin, narrowly escaping the wave's range. Coolin looked at his subordinates floating in the wave and exploded with frustration. Damn! Having a mage is cheating. What's cheating about it? Do you know how much I spent to hire Junior? Isn't selecting and utilizing strategic weaponry a skill? Regardless, Coolin, living up to his title as a bandit king, broke through the magic and charged forward. I reached out. We have to capture that one alive. Take him down gently. As soon as my words fell, Damien took aim with his magic gun. Damien? Didn't I say to capture him alive? Too slow. With those brief but arrogant words from Damien, the magical bullet was fired. Thump dash. The shot was aimed at Coolin's leg. It wasn't a bad idea to injure the leg to subdue him, but screech. The problem was that the opponent was a brawler class. Coolin swirled magic around his hands and drew a large, round circle. The magical bullet was sucked into Coolin's magic-infused hands, and it took a strange trajectory, spinning inside his hand before bouncing back. Coolin's passive skill, Leaf Drift. Brawlers commonly have parrying skills that nullify an opponent's attack. But Coolin's passive skill went one step further. It countered the enemy's attack. What? Seeing the magical bullet return on the exact path it was fired, Damien was startled. This skill not only nullified all kinds of attacks regardless of their power but also returned them to the enemy. It was practically an overpowered skill. It's true that without such an overpowered skill, how would a brawling class stand on the battlefield? Although the skill had a relatively long cooldown, making consecutive usage impossible, how could it reflect Black Queen's magical bullet? Damien hastily fired another shot from Black Queen to intercept the returning magical bullet. Thump dash. The returning magical bullet collided with the newly fired one and exploded in midair. Damn! Calm down, Olerb. Stop misbehaving. Whether it was the aftereffect of firing 2 consecutive shots, Black Queen spewed a sinister aura and trembled. Damien struggled to calm his magical gun. In the meantime, Evangeline charged forward. Her green eyes narrowed and a sly smile on her face. It's okay if you get hurt a little. Right, Mr. Bandit? I return those words back to you, Lady Knight. Coolin let out a low chuckle, spreading his legs and lowering his stance, his hands snapping forward. You think you won't get hurt? More than anything, today dash. Beneath the X-shaped scar on his forehead, Coolin's tiger-like eyes flashed. I'm incredibly lucky. Coolin's fist stretched out like a flash of lightning towards the charging Evangeline, who naturally raised her shield to block the attack. That's when it happened. Red energy wound around Coolin's fists. I swallowed hard. I already knew all about Coolin's skill set, but I had decided not to advise my party members. With our current party's level, I thought we could win even without knowing our enemy. Facing an unknown enemy could be a learning experience. But that skill was something I felt I needed to warn them about. I yelled to Evangeline, "Don't defend against that attack. Evangeline, you have to evade." Huh? What's that dash? But Coolin's gauntlet-clad fist had already touched Evangeline's shield. Thump dash. A loud sound echoed, and Evangeline's armor shattered without any damage to the shield itself. Evangeline's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It was Coolin's first skill, Leaf Crush. The moment the fist makes contact, the skill infiltrates the magic power inside the opponent's armor, bypassing it to deal direct damage. Perhaps it's akin to what's referred to in martial arts novels as the principle of inner fist, using penetration force. In a world filled with plate armor and defensive magic, it's undoubtedly a handy technique for a mad brawler job that relies on his 2 fists on the battlefield. Stunned, Evangeline was defenseless as Coolin leaped at her side. With a grace and smoothness inconceivable for his massive size exceeding 2 meters, he lunged. Swish dash. Koolin's fists thrust forward simultaneously after he effortlessly closed the distance. The red energy from the already applied leaf crush, flickering like flames. Panicking, Evangeline blocked with her shield again. Boom! Leaf crush passed through the shield to strike Evangeline's body. Shockwaves spread in all directions, and Koolin's long hair flew back. Agak! Evangeline was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, letting out a strange scream. Her body reacted on instinct to block, rather than evade. The fate of a shield knight. Who dashed at? Regaining his composure, Koolin turned his body, taking a martial arts stance. His muscles, clinging to him like chainmail, writhed. Next, Lucas was already charging at Koolin like a beast. With a violent rush, Lucas swung his greatsword recklessly. There was no trace of his usual neat swordplay, only the movements of a wild animal eager to rip its prey apart. Apparently, he was still under the effects of his beastly state. Skakik. But the power was undeniable. The great sword, sparking with crimson sparks, slashed through Koolin's gauntlet. Koolin clicked his tongue and shook off the shattered gauntlet. This guy doesn't seem like a knight, but more like a beast, huh? Shut your mouth, bandit. Flames erupted from the long sword in Lucas' hand. It was the aura of Karma Eater. How dare you kidnap my lord? 100 times should you bear the punishment. No, we were supposed to capture him. Don't kill him. If he's that precious to you, you should have protected him properly. Koolin, who deftly dodged Lucas' sword strike, kicked flashily. It's not my fault you drop things in the street and a villain like me steals them. A red energy swirled from the tips of his metallic boots. Lucas twisted his body and leaned his upper body back, narrowly avoiding the kick. Quickly creating distance, Koolin caught his breath, and his body began to shimmer with red energy. Koolin's second skill, Leaf Rise. A self-buff skill, it increases the speed of all actions and adds extra damage. Shall we play, Sir Knight? Koolin shouted cheerfully and charged at Lucas, who growled low like a beast and rushed to meet him. Lucas' beast-like sword strikes were powerful but lacked precision. Koolin, sped up by his self-buff, dodged all the sword strikes by a hair's breadth, continuously pounding Lucas' armor with his bare hands. Bang! Krick boom! The sound was like fireworks exploding. Koolin had lost his gauntlet weapon, so his attack power was greatly reduced. However, a fighter can still deal blows with bare hands. As the damage accumulated over the armor, Lucas' face gradually twisted. Everyone seems to be struggling more than expected. I guess I can't help it. Maybe it's time for me to step in. That's when it happened. Someone rushed towards the two men, exchanging sword and fist. It was Evangeline. Lucas, sir. Evangeline screamed. Catch him! Exclamation point. Lucas threw his long sword aside, lowered his stance, and tackled Koolin, who was about to kick. Gah! Koolin, not expecting Lucas to discard his sword and engage in hand-to-hand combat, was caught. He stumbled and stammered. What? Wait a minute dash. Evangeline swung what she held towards the back of Koolin's head. Rhea dash. It was a shield. Bang! Hit squarely on the back of his head with the shield, blood spurted from Koolin's nose. It's strange. My luck wasn't bad today. Koolin mumbled and his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed with a thud. Evangeline looked down at Koolin, knocked down with a single blow, rather bewildered. What's this? This bandit guy is really weak. I nodded my head. Yes, she finally realized it. Though he looked like a muscular giant over 2 meters tall and easily deceived by his appearance, Koolin was actually an agility all-in fighter. Agile and with decent damage, but it wouldn't make sense if he also had high stamina. His stamina stat was at rock bottom. A decent blow would take him down. It's hard to land a hit on an agility-type character, though. They all fall for it at first because of how he looks, with muscles bulging and enormous, yet as fragile as glass. The fighter was an extreme character, even in Protect the Empire. The class of fighter itself was a high-risk job, hardly used in the game, but Kulin was especially notorious for his bizarre balance. Though fighters are inherently a high-risk job class, and rarely used in the game, this guy Kulin has an especially weird balance. Yet, with the right equipment and proper training direction, he could be useful. I shouted to the knights who were tightly tying up the bandit king and his elite troops, binding them like fish. Tie them gently. Don't hurt the kids. If they get hurt, we can't properly use them later. It sounded like something a wicked slave trader might say. Capturing a wild bandit monster, it's somewhat similar, right? The east began to brighten. The refugee camp was bathed in morning sunlight, and from there, I could see a knight in a maid's uniform running towards us. Your Majesty! It was Elize. She seemed to be alone, but behind her, the rest of the bandits were being dragged along, tied up. She had apparently subdued the rest by herself. Impressive. The knights and soldiers who had been captured with me were all released, helping to arrest the bandits and refugees of the camp. By the time the morning sun was fully up, the suppression of the camp was complete. Both the bandits and the refugees were all strung up like dried fish, sitting with blank expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, when I was brought here, I was the one bound, and they were the ones dragging me. But overnight, the situation had reversed completely. Now, shall we head back? I said with a grin, mounting a horse along with my party members. To Crossroad, the fortress city of dreams and hope, with the bandits trailing behind, their faces filled with frustration and despair, we began our journey back to Crossroad. Chapter 193. That evening, as the released glow of sunset blanketed the world, and at last, after the lengthy journey, the shape of Fortress City began to enter my sight. It's Crossroad. Never did I think the day would come when this terrible monster front line would be a welcome sight. Though I'd been away just over a month, it felt like I'd been gone much longer. Perhaps it was because I had experienced so much. So many tasks must have piled up. I have to go dungeon exploring, check the equipment I ordered, re-examine the city management plan, establish an advanced base, recruit and train additional characters. So damn many things to do. But I guess I can rest at least today. The journey from the imperial capital to here took a full 3 weeks. There's a reason the word poison is in the term fatigue, right? I must make sure to recover from it. TL note, quick explanation, the word fatigue is derived from two kanji. It's, which means leftover, and, which means poison. Basically, one must rest after traveling so the fatigue doesn't kill you. As I approached the city's north gate, the hero characters and soldiers came out, stood in line, and greeted me. Welcome back, Your Highness. We are truly pleased that you've returned safely. Reyna, an imperial officer standing in front with her 50 soldiers, bowed to me. As both acting Commander Lucas and Margrave's successor Evangeline came out to greet me, it seemed Reyna, being the highest-ranking person, acted as the representative. Captain Reyna, everything has been well in my absence? Of course, Your Highness. As long as there are enemies to fight, we will always do our job. You mean monsters when you speak of enemies to fight? Are there any other enemies on this front? Reyna responded with a sly smile. What a sly old snake. I know from Lucas that you tried to kill Margarita at the temple, but she seemed to have behaved herself since then. I could see Margarita standing perfectly fine over there. Lily was also there. I waved at them. Have you all been well? Margarita and Lily bowed shyly, smiling at me. They seemed to have been getting along well. After greeting the other heroes and soldiers, I entered the city through Crossroads' North Gate. Anything unusual to report, Captain Reyna? Nothing much. We fought a defensive battle 10 days ago, but we managed to repel them without any significant damage. I had already checked the stage result window for the defensive battle, and I also heard a report from Lucas on the way. It's a relief they handled it well without me. Reyna paused for a moment before continuing. I also sent a rider to the imperial capital ahead of Your Highness. The messenger had been much faster than us, who came by carriage. I gestured with my chin. What did they say? Not much has changed. They told us to support 3 more defensive battles and then return. Were there any other instructions for you? Well, there was something like don't cause any trouble. Reyna smiled knowingly. Sure enough, Fernandez had changed his instructions after the incident at the imperial capital. So that's why Reyna hadn't attacked Margarita and had behaved herself. I'm counting on you for the remaining 3 defensive battles, Captain Reyna. I will do my utmost, Your Highness. Though I couldn't fully trust them, the magician and her subordinate soldiers were top-notch. I needed to grow my troops to defend this place while they helped with the defense. As I stepped into the city, citizens who had been engaged in their daily work flooded the streets to greet me. Lord! You've returned, Lord. We thought you'd never come back. Why wouldn't I? This is my home. With a chuckle, I waved back at the citizens. It didn't feel too bad being treated like a lord. Enjoying the citizens' hospitality, we first headed towards the prison located on the outskirts of Crossroad. Normally, it served as a resting place for mere drunks and petty thieves. But today was the time to use it as a proper jail. All right, let's go in. We stuffed the captured bandits into the prison cells. The bandits were pale as ghosts. They probably thought they were going to be executed. Haha, such naive fools. Watch them closely. Double the guard forces. Yes, your lordship. Leaving the prison, I dismissed the soldiers in the city's central square. You guys need a break. How long are you going to follow me around? The rest went back to their lodgings, and I headed to the Lord's mansion with Lucas, Evangeline, and the escort forces that had followed me down from the imperial capital. In a pleasant place, even if called my only resting place is my little home. Humming happily, I led the way. Soon, the mansion made of red bricks and marble appeared before our eyes. My sweet home, the Lord's mansion at Crossroad. The imperial capital's guest house was fine, but indeed, my home in this world is here. As we arrived at the mansion, Ader, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed out. Lord, you've returned.
Eddie.
I knew you'd come back safely. Now, I've prepared hot bath water and a meal, so please come inside. I had much to talk about with Ader, but first I had to take care of the escorts who had come with me. Assign rooms for our guests as well. Let them bathe and well dine together. As you command, Lord. Following Ader's guidance, everyone went to their rooms. Stretching, I went upstairs to my room in the mansion. It was time to relax in my own space. Suddenly, someone grabbed my shoulder. Ha! Confused, I turned to see Evangeline, looking pale with Lucas standing behind her, rubbing his forehead as though in pain. I blinked in surprise. What's going on? Please, don't be angry. Promise me, you won't get angry? Evangeline forcibly took my little finger and entwined it with hers. Okay, promise made. You can't get angry now. Not knowing what was going on, I was taken aback. What? Why would I be angry? Don't ask. Just promise. Promise not to get angry at me. I was wondering why she was acting like this, but Evangeline's intention soon became clear. Lord's mansion, 2nd floor. The Lord's bedroom. Upon opening the door and stepping in, my jaw dropped. What the? Time had settled into the dignified, old-fashioned beige wallpaper, now neatly painted over with pink. The graceful dark brown furniture had all been replaced with brand-new white wooden ones, and the adorable-sized bed was covered with frills and lace everywhere. Above the soft quilt was even a giant teddy bear. And flowers. Every corner of the room was covered with colorful flowers. The smell of flowers was so strong that it made my head throb. I rubbed my eyes fiercely. Was I seeing things because I was tired? Had my sweet home become sweet in a different sense? What a tremendous! Why does my room look like a flower garden? Shivering, I quickly turned around. Ader, Lucas, and Evangeline were there. What is this? Why is my room like this? What is this pink and bling-bling interior? Why would you do this? Who did this? I meant, who had such wickedly bright taste to remodel someone else's room into a flower garden style. At that, Ader and Lucas' eyes all concentrated in one place. I looked in that direction too. The culprit was obvious. Whistling. Whistle. There, I saw Evangeline, clumsily whistling, her lips rounded, not even whistling properly. Her big green eyes were desperately avoiding our gaze. Evangeline? Startled. With shoulders jerked, Evangeline poured out cold sweat as she continued to try to whistle. Her protruding lips were trembling. May demand an explanation? Nu, eyeing. So, rolling her round eyes from side to side, Evangeline whined. The Lord had left without any promise to return. I thought that maybe he might never come back at all. So, the Lord won't return, and Lucas, sir, was losing his mind. I thought that as the heir to the Margrave, I might have to rule this city in the future. So, eventually the Lord's mansion will be mine, and the Lord's bedroom will be mine too. It's the house I was born in, after all. Evangeline pointed to the room with a sheepish smile. So I did some remodeling in advance. To my taste. But just as the remodeling finished, the Lord came back. So, although I worked hard on the interior, I've stepped aside so that the Lord can use it again. Humming in agreement, Evangeline pointed at the room with a smack. Honestly, isn't it pretty? Admit it? If you stay here, the Lord's dry sensitivity will also grasp and blossom. Oh, don't look at me like that. Just try living here for a week. Your dry sensibility will become moist. That's when Lucas, who had been shaking his head behind me, whispered, I told you, my lord. While you were gone, Evangeline was the one who lost her mind the most among us. I collapsed weakly onto the bed. Transparent, soft-colored frills and lace fluttered and covered my head. I mumbled dispiritedly. They'll really never leave my place again, guys. One became a spinach tomato creature, one turned into a delusional teenager, one became a dog, and one became a florist interior designer, randomly remodeling others' rooms. How had they all gone insane like this? It was all my fault. I vowed never to leave them behind again. Phew. I'm glad it's only my room that's like this. If the whole house were like this, I don't know how I'd deal with it. I sighed deeply and muttered, and then the three people in front of me glanced at each other, carefully gauging the situation. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I asked quietly, Did you mess up other places too? Ader stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly. We didn't do all of them, just the entire guest room, dining room, reception area, and about 2 places on the mansion's exterior. You've wrecked more than half of them. As I leaped from the bed, spitting fire, Evangeline hastily held up her little finger. You promised not to get angry, right? Promise. And besides, it will be my house again in 3 years. What if I just paint it to my liking in advance? Consider the tenant too, you landlord brat dash. No, I was the one who bought the rights to this house from you in the first place. It's not like I might give it back in 3 years. It's my house now. What are you doing to someone else's house? Anyway, so I had dinner in a cheerfully decorated dining room, remodeled in a flower garden style, along with the guests staying in the guest rooms also remodeled in the flower garden style. Before the night grew too deep, I left the mansion, accompanied by Lucas and Ader. Peeking out from behind us, Evangeline, in her pajamas, asked, Where are you going, senior? You're not running away because you're angry, are you? No. You're not going to sleep at an inn because you don't like the room, are you? I said no. As I adjusted my shoes, Evangeline, who had been mumbling behind me, bowed her head deeply. I'm really sorry, senior. I didn't know you'd hate it this much. I'll take responsibility for the interior and restore it. So please don't be mad. Evangeline. Exhaling a faint sigh, I turned around with a bitter smile and looked at Evangeline. You can change the room however you like. Evangeline's eyes widened. I shrugged. I'm relieved that there were no major accidents in Crossroad while I was gone. That's the most important thing. No one died, no one was seriously injured, and the city remained intact. How fortunate that was. As long as you and your colleagues are unharmed, and this city is safe, you can change the interior of the room however you like. Compared to a burnt-down mansion, a mansion filled with flowers, lace, and frills is much more beautiful. I grinned broadly. So don't worry too much. I won't hate you or anything for something like this. Senior. Evangeline's eyes welled up with tears, her face filled with emotion. Yeah, but he'll have all that flower garden-style interior torn down by tomorrow. I was certainly glad that the city and my comrades were safe, and the interior design was just that, interior design. However, I was looking forward to seeing your face scream in horror at the interior, which would be demolished tomorrow. Unaware of my inner thoughts, Evangeline, smiling broadly, asked me, "So, where are you going now?" "To the prison." In the hands of Lucas and Ader, there was plenty of food. I grinned. I'm going to show our prisoner friends the taste of Crossroads food. It was time to begin negotiations with the Bandit King for his recruitment. Chapter 194. The Prison at Crossroad. Crack. Coolin poured magic power into his fist and tore off the metal cuffs that bound his wrists. Heh. Stupid imperial bastards. Following that, Coolin, who tore off the cuffs that bound his legs, loosened his now-freed body with a snap. I am Coolin, who catches bears with my bare hands. Did they think they could bind me with this? Coolin looked around the prison. Inside each iron-barred cell, he could see his comrades and refugees lying down to rest, almost as if they had collapsed. How long will it take to escape and take them all with me? This place where he was brought to was the Fortress City Crossroad, a front line constantly battling with monsters. The level of the soldiers here was quite high. I'm in for some trouble. Darn it. Messing with the prince was a mistake. He had made a decision that threw everything away just to earn a few measly coins. But a mistake was a mistake, and now he had to think about escaping. If they stayed put, they would all be killed. As Coolin loosened his fist, lost in thought, cough. Coolin. A dry cough, along with someone calling his name, reached him. Coolin looked towards the voice. It was a young man with the same red scarf wrapped around his neck as Coolin's. His lean body, face showing the traces of sickness, and a particularly frail-looking leg. Coolin grinned at him. Kureha. He was Coolin's older brother, Kureha. Cough. After a rough cough, Kureha gave him a faint smile. Coolin, you've freed yourself from the cuffs. I'll free you too, brother. And the followers. Let's escape together. Don't do that, Coolin. Kureha slowly shook his head. You should escape alone. What? Even for you, escaping with everyone here is impossible. Kureha gestured towards the outside. Go alone. All this time you have taken care of me, the sick one, and these wretches. Now live for yourself, Coolin. Leave behind banditry too, and... Clang. Instead of answering, Coolin swung open the iron bars of the cell where Kureha was imprisoned, leaving a surprised Kureha yelling, Coolin, don't talk nonsense, brother. Fully opening the iron bars with a grin, Coolin squatted down in front of his brother. You've raised me and protected me all my life, and now I should just give up and run away like this? We can escape together. Most of all, who am I? I am Coolin of Kongwon. Coolin the Miraculous. Coolin pointed at himself, laughing confidently. They say I always make miracles happen in any situation. It'll be the same this time. Just trust me and rest a little longer, brother. Kureha just looked up at his brother with tearful eyes. That's when it happened. Clap, clap, clap. Very touching story indeed. A mocking voice accompanied by applause came from the prison entrance. A startled Coolin and Kureha looked in that direction. I never knew that the notorious Bandit King had such brotherly love. Prince Ash and his knight Lucas were entering the prison. But dreaming of escape would be a mistake, my bandit friends. If you cause a commotion within my city, then truly, you will suffer a most unsightly fate. Prince Ash wickedly smiled, drawing his finger across his throat. Damn! Kulin clicked his tongue, fists raised. Since they were all doomed to be executed anyway, he intended to rush at the prince himself and create an unexpected turn of events. Swish! However, Lucas, who had swiftly approached, was much quicker, pointing his long sword at Kulin's neck. Moreover, Lucas subtly shifted the direction of his murderous intent toward Kulin's back toward Kureha. His intention was clear. If you make a false move, I'll kill your brother. Ugh! Kulin had no choice but to stop, gritting his teeth. Ash looked around the prison with a cruel smile. You all must be curious why I've come in the middle of the night, right? Fear filled the eyes of the bandits and refugees. The cruel smile on Ash's face deepened. What, you think there's a special reason? It's because your punishment has been decided. Punishment. The word carried more weight coming from the prince's lips. The prisoners' faces turned pale. You bandits have attacked the citizens of the empire, causing substantial financial damage, and you refugees have turned a blind eye to it. Furthermore, you dared to kidnap me, a member of the imperial family. Ash's wicked eyes widened. You must pay for your crimes, right? Roar. As Ash spoke, Ader and the soldiers filed in one by one. Could it be, are they going to execute us right now? Just as Kulin was grinding his teeth in certainty, the soldiers began going from cell to cell, distributing food. The bandits and refugees accepted the unexpected meal with puzzled expressions. They were starved after a whole day without food, but they couldn't understand why they were being fed now. Was it their last meal before execution? Eat and listen. The punishment I'm imposing on you is forced conscription. Ash continued to speak, his wicked smile unchanged. Bandits, you will be conscripted into the monster front lines as a penal squad. Penal squad, a unit where prisoners serve to atone for their sins. Ash laughed wickedly. The term of service is 3 years. The first 6 months is a probationary period. During this probationary period, your salary will be only 70% of that of regular soldiers. You have no right to refuse. Your wages will be paid weekly on time, accommodations will be provided, and there will be separate meal allowances. But nevertheless, you must fight the monsters on this front line. The bandits' expressions became bewildered. They couldn't understand what exactly was meant by punishment. And you, refugees, you will be sentenced to forced labor as well. Ash cast a malicious smile at the emaciated refugees. A large-scale project is starting, and since the city is in a remote area, there is a shortage of labor. You also have a 6-month probationary period. During the probationary period, your salary will be only 70% of that of regular laborers. The refugees looked at each other with puzzled faces. Was this prince now saying that he would employ them, foreigners and refugees, as laborers? And Kulin. Ash snapped his fingers at Kulin, who was equally stunned and frozen in place. Your sick brother will be forcibly admitted to this city's temple and treated. He'll be intensively cared for in a single room, under the watchful eyes of all the priests. Hehe, if you're worried about your dear brother's life, you'll have to take responsibility for your subordinates and supervise them. And you'll have to listen to me, too. Kulin and Kureha's expressions turned strange. This is the punishment you will receive. Ash shook his head as if he was frightened by his own wickedness. Conscription is dreadful, but setting a probation period of a whole half-year, and during that time paying only 70% of the wages. How terrifying a punishment this is. Being forcibly drafted into the front lines, where fighting monsters was incredibly dangerous. Becoming a soldier meant fighting monsters directly, and even those who did not fight directly on the front lines could unexpectedly face danger. In a way, it was undoubtedly punishment. However, isn't this just saying you'll employ us? On the other hand, it was also a promise of decent employment. A bewildered Kulin questioned Ash. You mean this sincerely? Considering that they had been facing execution, it was an offer that was frankly surprising and too good to be true. So, it was all the more unbelievable and suspicious. We are bandits, and they are also refugees driven from your country. Plus, haven't we done harm to you? You'll take people like us under your command? Why? Well, there are several reasons, but I'll tell you just two. Ash grinned and counted on his fingers. First, Crossroad needs people. It needs as many soldiers and laborers as possible, even if it's just one more person. Crossroad had always suffered from chronic labor shortages. In this situation, an SR-grade character like Coolin, his party, and the battle-hardened bandits were talents that Ash did not want to miss. If I can just secure them firmly, they'll be worth using. And fortunately, Coolin had a sick brother. By placing him in the temple for treatment, Coolin would have no choice but to move according to Ash's orders. Second, your crimes are not that grave. Coolin was a notorious bandit known for attacking only the citizens of the Empire. However, he was a bandit who kept to a set line. He robbed wealth but did not casually take lives, and if he received ransom, he cleanly released the hostages. He had long made his reputation known in the southern continent, but there was a reason the Imperial Army did not take the trouble to capture him. He hadn't greatly aroused their hatred. Whether it's because of a belief or simply to avoid pursuit, they've set principles and moved accordingly. Such fellows can surely be reformed. And third, though he did not need to tell them and kept it to himself, Crossroad has embarked on an independent path from the Imperial family. What does an independent path mean? It means that in exchange for not receiving any support from the Imperial family, he could run the front line here without regard to the Imperial family's opinions. In other words, there was no need to adhere to the principles that the existing empire had maintained. Those who had been considered enemies by the empire, those who were despised and scorned, those who had been driven out of the territory, all can be accepted. It was not just refugees, but also the knight orders of nations destroyed by the empire. Mercenaries, even different races, all kinds of wanderers were now to be embraced. Those who were accepted this time were just the beginning. Ash was thinking of gathering the exiles from various parts of the continent to this front line. And Coolin, I know the origin of you and your brother. Ash glanced at the red hair of the Coolin and Correja brothers. Red hair was not uncommon in this world. Lily had red hair as well, but the purity of the red was different. Lily and other redheads had a color closer to brown with a red tinge. But these two brothers had pure red hair, like flames. It must be tiresome for our mixed-race friends in this world. Their lineage is revealed through their hair color. The four great mixed races of the continent were elves, dwarves, mermaids, and werbeasts. Coolin had inherited the blood of the werbeasts. Ash suddenly thought of the green-haired elf members of the Shadow Squad and Serenade, who had blue hair from inheriting mermaid blood. All had vivid colors that caught the eye. Anyway, having Coolin on board will help when gathering the remnants of different races later on. That's why Ash wanted to recruit Coolin all the more. You said you were lucky, Coolin. Indeed you are, Ash said, smiling slyly and pointing to himself. Because you met me. Coolin stared at him with fierce, deep eyes like a tiger. For the next 3 years, come under my command. I'll provide you with everything you need. You said you needed a lot of money? Rather than living on an irregular income by gambling and banditry, saving the regular wages I give you will accumulate much more. Want it? Ash gestured to Ader, who handed him a draft contract prepared in advance. Upon seeing the amount written, Coolin's shoulders twitched. Ash laughed ominously. This is the base salary, and there will be incentives depending on how hard you work. Of course, you'll have to complete a 6-month probationary period diligently. So what will it be? Suddenly, Ash recalled the time when he had recruited Jupiter. Whether then or now, whether on Earth or here, there was always only one way to secure a character in a draw. Spending until you get it. Finally, Coolin's head nodded heavily. With a beaming smile, Ash also nodded in return. Indeed, the capitalist mentality always succeeded. Chapter 195. So, Coolin and his bandit group were incorporated into my command. Given their origins as bandits, some friction with the existing soldiers was inevitable, but time would surely smooth things out. On the carriage ride back to the mansion, I examined Kulin's status window. Let's see. Kulin SR. Level 40. Title Bandit King. Job Advanced Brawler. Strength 30, Agility 40, Intelligence 15, Stamina 5, Magic Power 20. The other stats were quite decent, but as expected, stamina was the issue. A level 40 with stamina at 5? I mean, the game's lowest stat is 5, but to think it's stuck there. This was my first time recruiting him as an ally, so I was initially taken aback by the detailed stats. Really subpar. Even lower than me. No wonder he collapses with a touch. It was even a lower figure than some mediocre wizards. If only I could solve this issue, he'd be perfectly fit for the first team. Skills. Passive, Leaf Drift. Skill 1, Leaf Crush. Skill 2, Leaf Rise. Ultimate? Unlocks after the third job change. As for the skills, they were just as I saw when we faced each other. The passive was a parrying counterattack, the first skill was an armor-penetrating attack, and the second skill was a self-speed and damage buff. And the traits were equipped traits, 3/3, strong luck, like a birch tree, glass body, unremovable. Who? I let out a moan as I examined the traits. This is interesting. Strong luck. You are incredibly lucky. You never suffer a critical failure in probability checks. The brawler class has a low base damage but a high critical hit probability. Critical hits pop out one after the other without any adjustment. The problem is the critical multiplier. Other classes have a critical multiplier of 2.0 by default, meaning the damage is doubled when a critical hit occurs. But for brawlers, it ranges from 0.9 to 4.0. This means that if you're lucky, the damage may jump up to 4 times, but if you're unlucky, it could be as low as 0.9 times, even less than the base damage. It's not for nothing that brawlers are considered unstable. Being a melee damage dealer, they are perilous, and the damage fluctuates randomly. But with this trait, strong luck, it eliminates critical failures. It adds a minimum adjustment to the damage. Furthermore, as you progress through the game, many luck-based interactions appear. Elements that require you to take chances continually emerge. Kulin could throw himself into these situations, relying on strong luck. That could be useful. Like a birch tree, you gained insight during your training. Evasion rate increases by 10%. This one is a simple and good trait. For Kulin, who would collapse with a single blow, this is an essential trait that must never be unequipped. And finally, glass body. A severe injury from childhood left you with lingering effects. Stamina stat is fixed at the minimum, 5. An unremovable negative trait, glass body. So this is why his stamina stat is in such a state. What could have happened in his childhood to result in this? It would be wonderful if only I could get rid of this. But alas, it's not to be. Additionally, all the bandits under Kulin's command were of level 30 and rated R grade. They were ready to be deployed into battle immediately. Not bad at all. Now that the Shadow Squad had left Crossroad for another mission, this heroic party could be put to good use. Upon arriving at the mansion, I stepped down from the carriage, followed by Lucas, who grumbled. Taking even bandits into your command now. Are you sure about this, my lord? Unhappy, Lucas? Of course I'm unhappy. Because they kidnapped me? That's part of it, but... Lucas let out a long sigh. The Shadow Squad was made of prisoners, but they were, after all, soldiers from the Aegis Special Forces of the Empire. That was acceptable. But these people attacked the citizens of the Empire. Their roots. They preyed on others. How can we trust them? I smiled faintly. Lucas, you know the most famous pirate group in the southern seas of the continent, don't you? The Rompeler Pirate Group? Of course I know. That pirate group was originally the navy of the Rompeler Kingdom in the southern part of the continent. When the country fell, they simply changed course and became pirates. Lucas looked startled. I continued speaking. You know about the Glory Knights, the symbol of honor and chivalry, that have been with our ever-black empire since its founding? Yes, they are the core and pride of the empire's first army. I wanted to join the Glory Knights when I was young. Did you know that those knights were originally a group of thieves? Really? The first emperor brought in a group of thieves who had a grudge against a neighboring kingdom when founding the empire. After earning merit in the war, that group of thieves continued to serve the empire and now is revered as the most noble order of knights. An army that loses its loyalty becomes a band of thieves. And a band of thieves can become a knightly order by aligning with a powerful leader and proving their valor. That's how the world works. What matters isn't what they've done in the past. It's how they will live when given the opportunity. I grinned at Lucas. Lucas, just a few months ago I was a good-for-nothing scoundrel. But you didn't give up on me, you trusted me. Thanks to that, I am who I am now. Ah! Everyone needs a chance, especially those backed into a corner. They deserve one last opportunity. I shrugged my shoulders. I gave them that chance. That's all. Whether they make proper use of it, we'll have to see. If they can't shake off their bandit ways, then I'll expel them from the front lines here. I promise on my name. I'll accept anyone I need for my strategy. But that doesn't mean I'll be taken advantage of. No matter how strong their combat abilities are, if they negatively affect the front lines, I'll get rid of them in an instant. That's a basic principle as a commander. So, don't worry too much. Patting Lucas back, I strode into the mansion. Staring blankly, Lucas hurriedly followed me. The next day, I summoned the heroic characters to the mansion early in the morning. First, I entrusted the organization of the bandits' forces to Reyna Windwell. Since Reyna would return to the imperial capital after 3 more defensive battles, I planned to assign her all the tasks I could before then, intending to make efficient use of her. If it's Reyna, the commander of the Empire's magic troops, she'll surely whip the bandits into shape. I cautioned her not to be too harsh. Just enough to instill some discipline, I said. I understand, Your Highness. Toys to play with are always welcome. Reyna grinned wickedly, making a rather unsettling remark. Gentle, gentle. Make sure the kids don't run away. Next, I summoned Saintess Margarita and Lily. I instructed Saintess Margarita to pay close attention to a new patient who had recently arrived at the temple. It was about Kureha, Kulin's relative. Since Kulin's loyalty was still low, taking good care of Kureha was necessary. I asked Lily about the progress of the various production alliances in my absence. Things like the repair of artifacts, the status of equipment placed in the regular blacksmith shop. I would be visiting them all anyway, so it was better to know in advance. Then I called the main party members. Looking around the 4 who quickly gathered in the reception room, I nodded. We're going on a free exploration to the Lake Kingdom dungeon this afternoon. In fact, this might be more important than any other task. It's been too long since we last went. We need to check the state of the dungeon. I seem to recall complaining about needing a detox just when I returned to Crossroad, but now that I was back, there were too many urgent matters that needed attention. I had to move quickly. The party members were concerned that I might be overexerting myself, but they followed without question when I said, "Stop talking and get ready." Once I'm fired up, trying to stop me is pointless, and they were all slowly realizing that. As the party members were preparing their equipment, I gestured to Ader, who was standing in the corner. "Assistant, come here." "Yes, Lord. There are a few things you need to do, starting with training the refugees as laborers and—" I gave various instructions, and then I added one last thing. And this is the most important thing. Looking at the reception room interior, adorned with frills, lace, and various flowers in a flower garden style, I shivered. Restore this house's interior to its original state. By when? By the time I return from the dungeon today. Evangeline will be sad. That's exactly what I wanted. Now loading. Tip: don't neglect dungeon conquest. Dungeons are essential for heroes leveling up, item farming, and progressing the story. And then, after a very long time, flash dash, I entered the dungeon. Crossing the teleport gate, I found myself in the familiar safe zone, the base camp. Breathing in the dungeon's unique musty air, I looked around. Nothing much happened here while I was gone, right? Yes. While you were away, we only conquered areas we had already cleared, but the dungeon itself hasn't changed much. The base camp looked the same as always. I had hoped that maybe even some NPCs were added in my absence. Hey, you little dash. At that time, a dwarf came running from a corner of the base camp, his beard flying wildly. It was the magical blacksmith Kelly. You good-for-nothing brat. You left your equipment request with me and haven't shown your face for over a month. Where have you been? Long time no see, Kelly. I then realized I had placed an order for equipment made from the magical core of Vampire Lord Celendian and hadn't picked it up, having been in the Imperial capital. Facing the fuming Kelly, I somehow felt pleased. I was smiling and waving my hand when I suddenly stopped. Huh? Hey, what are you staring at like that? Wait a minute. On the continent, there were 4 major heterogeneous race elves, dwarfs, mermaids, and werebes, and each of them had characteristic hair colors. Elves, the fairy race, had green hair. Mermaids, the mermaid race, had blue hair. Werbeasts, the beastmen, had red hair. But dwarfs, the dwarf race, were... I looked down at Kelly's shiny, round head and muttered, "Bot. How dare you? What rude talk, you crazy brat." Kelly angrily swung his hammer at me. Whoa. Sorry. I didn't mean to tease you. Ash may have a full head of hair, but am also taking medication for hair loss in my other world. I understand how you feel, Kelly. As I barely dodged Kelly's swinging hammer, I suddenly noticed someone sitting in a corner of the base camp. A woman dressed in a tattered robe, with hair that had no color at all. No, it was as if all the colors had been drained away, leaving it bleached white. "Huh!" I exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the person. The woman looked at me and smiled faintly. "It's been a while, Ash." The dungeon merchant NPC who initially guided us into Lake Kingdom. She was nameless. Chapter 196. It's been quite a while since we've seen each other. Nameless. How have you been? After calming down the furious Kelly somehow, I approached Nameless, pretending to be friendly. This girl is an NPC dungeon merchant who sells all sorts of items inside the dungeon. Last time, she even gave away 2 SSR-grade pieces of equipment. I've secretly judged her to be an incredibly good fellow. If I get close to her, perhaps some other goodies might drop too. In response to my greeting, Nameless just shrugged. Every day in Lake Kingdom is always the same. Killing monsters, lighting lanterns, and praying. Though her face was obscured by scattered white hair and a hood, I could tell that she was wearing a bitter smile. "I'm here today to repair my equipment." "Equipment?" "My sword." Nameless gestured towards Kelly's blacksmith shop. Kelly is about the only one here who can fix my sword. Looking in that direction, Kelly was hammering an old sword with a grim expression. It was the worn-out long sword that Nameless always carried on her back. Clang dash, clang dash. With every strike of the hammer on the blade, a dazzling bright light seeped out. It seemed to be going through some magical process. "It's been a long time since we've met, so I'll give you some advice, Ash." Tearing her eyes away from the sword being repaired, Nameless slowly said to me, "Some of the Nightmare Legionnaires are targeting you." Nightmare Legionnaires? You know that Lake Kingdom has been occupied by monsters, right? Of course I do. Monsters are everywhere. They've filled this place to the brim, overflowing into Crossroad. Lake Kingdom has countless varieties of monsters, and within each monster legion, there's a leader called a legionnaire. Nameless briefly glanced at the path leading to the base camp on the other side. Beyond the path, everything was shrouded in pitch darkness, and nothing could be seen. The top 10 strongest legions among those monster legions. The legionnaires of the top 10 ranks are referred to as Nightmare Legionnaires. So she's talking about the 10 toughest bosses. I casually shrugged. So those guys are targeting me. Huh? But isn't it natural for monsters to target humans? Yes, it's natural. But Ash, they're specifically trying to kill you. Nameless looked over at my party members standing in the distance. You and your comrades have already taken down 2 of the Nightmare Legionnaires. It's only natural that they'd start to be wary of you. Even if you killed Orlop, by the time you defeated Celendian, you were bound to catch the monster's eyes. In other words, the monster bastards have put a mark on my head. Like a wanted, dead or alive bounty notice or something. The deeper you go into Lake Kingdom, the more easily they will find your trail and send trackers after you. In the worst-case scenario, a legionnaire might personally appear to kill you. I snorted and crossed my arms. So what if we have to fight the ones we're supposed to kill outside? Isn't it fine to meet and fight them early? This place is their stronghold. Nameless quietly shook her head. The monsters outside the Lake Kingdom have their abilities constrained. However, here they can unleash their full power without any restrictions. It's one thing to face a boss during the defense stage where stats are readjusted and it becomes manageable to defeat, but in the dungeons, there's none of that nonsense. I highly value your potential and that of your teammates, Ash. Above all, your persistence in not giving up until now is commendable, Nameless warned in a gentle but stern voice. But with the current level of your party, if you encounter a Nightmare Legion commander in the darkness here, it's going to be hard to guarantee your lives. Suddenly, I remembered the time when we faced Celendian in the path of the Overlord in this dungeon. Our party almost got wiped out by Celendian back then. Though the freak wanted to die himself, he spared us, but there would be no such luck next time. If we encounter the Legion commander in the dungeon again, we would have to fight for our lives. And Legion commanders without stage readjustments will exhibit truly nightmarish strength. The exploration ahead will become more treacherous. Well, of course. Starting from Dungeon Depth 6, it's nicknamed the Demon Realm. Each dungeon is freaking difficult. Having to keep tabs on the enemy Legion commander in this situation, the level of difficulty keeps increasing endlessly, like adding more stuff to a hamburger. Patty, lettuce, cheese, sauce. I feel like I'm going to burst. Nameless stared at me thoughtfully. I won't laugh at you if you decide to back down without going any further. After all, very few have made it this far. There's no chance of that happening. I grinned. As long as the path is visible, I'll never give up on conquering it. Though it's hard and horrible, a path definitely exists. So I keep walking, one step at a time. That's all there is to it. Nameless gave me a faint smile in return. I hope your words are true, and may fortune be with you and your companions. At that moment, Kelly Bay squawked from the other side. Nameless, repairs are done. Come get it. Nameless walked over, picked up the sword, nodded, and strapped the long sword to her back. Thank you, Kelly Bay, as always. Nameless tried to pay, but Kelly Bay waved his hand in refusal. Nameless bowed her head slightly in acknowledgement. And Ash, just as she was about to step into the darkness on the far side of the base camp, Nameless stopped and said, "Don't go any further today." I, who had planned to resume dungeon exploration from today, blinked in surprise. Huh? Why? A little cleaning is in order. It's better if you don't come this way today. Goodbye. Nameless gave a faint smile and disappeared into the darkness, her footsteps soon inaudible. I stared in the direction she had gone and then turned to Kelly Bay and asked, "What exactly is her deal?" Huh? You're friendly with her, and you don't even know? I don't know who she is, but she shows the way, hands out items, gives advice, and so on. It's a bit like a game veteran taking care of a newbie, so I've just been grateful and accepted it, but I'm not exactly sure either. The name itself is Nameless, and the whole appearance is such that I can't even recognize the face. Everything about the origin and background is wrapped in a veil. Kelly Bay shrugged his shoulders. Always killing monsters, lighting fires at safe zones. That's what she has been doing long before I came here. Immediately after, Kelly Bay exclaimed, "Ah!" and added, "But one time, I overheard another survivor of Lake Kingdom calling that woman by a strange title. What did they call her? What was it? A deposed princess, I think." I widened my eyes. Deposed princess? Could it possibly mean a princess of this Lake Kingdom? Wait a second. I suddenly recalled the final stage of Protect the Empire. Round 742. Hell difficulty in Iron mode. In the final Dungeon King's Castle of Lake Kingdom, amid all the nurtured characters dying, the scene of Lucas alone surviving and landing the last attack on the final boss flashed before my eyes. But the name of that final boss was clearly the Sleepless Lake Princess. I suddenly stared down the path where Nameless had disappeared. The darkness was calm, and the back figure of Nameless was no longer visible. Surely not, right? I swallowed my dry saliva. That's when Kelly Bay slapped my back with his palm. Ow! Why hit me? This is for teasing my head. And this is... Slap. Kelly Bay, who had lightly hit me again, handed over a long staff. I've been refining it continuously since you left it here and didn't come to pick it up. It was a luxuriously refined staff, with a ruby-like red gem embedded at the tip. It looked incredibly good at first glance. As I was only uttering wow dash, Kelly Bay grumpily shoved the staff into my arms. Ah, don't hurt an old man's arms. Take it quickly. A magic staff made with Celendian's magic core. I checked the stats. A jackpot item dash. Lord of Crimson, SSR, LV.55. Category, Magic Staff. Attack power, 149 to 151. Durability, 10 out of 10. Intelligence plus 15 magic power plus 15. Absorbs essence upon killing an enemy. Stores up to 10. Can consume stored essence to recover HP or MP. 10% per essence. Can use a random blood spell by consuming all 10 essences at once. Dash? Unlock depending on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. Dash? Unlock depending on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. The base damage was decent, and the stat bonuses were generously applied. It was a great piece of equipment. Moreover, fitting for a weapon made with the magic core of a vampire lord. It had the option of absorbing essences from killed enemies and using them as resources. Depending on the situation, I can adapt flexibly. This could be overpowered if utilized well. I didn't know what kind of blood magic I could use, but Junior would probably make good use of it. The problem was, like Black Queen, this equipment was also a Nightmare Slayer, so it had the option that would unlock based on the kill count. I quietly observed Damien, who was shrouded in the darkness of the Black Queen, slung over his back. Our eyes met, and after a moment of hesitation, Damien grinned at me.
Heh.
Look at what became of Damien's once naive smile, now transformed into a poser's smirk filled with adolescent bravado. All because of that weapon. Can he truly overcome it and wield it as his own power? Junior should also stop using this weapon once its kill count increases too much. In any case, it could be extremely useful for now, so I had to give it to him. I called Junior over and handed her the staff. Junior's eyes widened as she took the staff. The young wizard's mouth dropped open. This is truly an incredible piece of equipment, Your Highness. I've never seen this much magic power in my life. You'll know, but it's equipment made with Celendian's magic core. Junior's shoulders quivered, and her hands tightly gripped the staff. You're giving me something so precious? It's powerful but dangerous equipment. Handle it with care. Junior, who had lately been nonchalant as if chewing spinach with tomatoes, turned serious in front of this staff. She nodded his head firmly. You're the first to acknowledge my worth like this. Thank you so much. I'll do my best not to make you regret it, with a resolve to work myself to the bone. No, let's not go as far as working to the bone. His body was not in good shape already. What was this working to the bone nonsense? Don't do that. Just keep recovering HP with that staff and deal damage comfortably from behind. I also requested new equipment from Kelly Bay. It was equipment made from 2 magic cores of the Vampire General obtained in Stage 5. Being of SSR grade, it would certainly be powerful. Having acquired the necessary equipment, and with the tasks at the base camp mostly sorted, I was ready. I looked towards the darkness where Nameless had vanished the direction of the next dungeon depth, and then turned in the opposite direction. It was the way to a dungeon we had previously cleared. I planned to heed Nameless' advice but felt the need to scout the old dungeon instead of retreating. I had to know what kind of monsters would be attacking in the next defensive battle. Having prepared early, I called out to the main party members. "So, everyone, shall we loosen up a bit after a long time?" Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior all raised their torches and lanterns. Thus, we entered the previously conquered third area dungeon. As we stepped into the dungeon entrance, I exclaimed, "What kind of monsters will we have this season?" Then, squish, squish, something, squelching, jelly-like creatures started rolling toward us from the dungeon entrance. I was taken by surprise and blurted out, "What the hell is this, shit?" Chapter 197. At the same time, Lake Kingdom's underground dungeon. Beyond Sector 4, known as the Grand Park, lay Sector 5, the Fountain's Path. The most perilous place in the dungeon of Sector 5, it was a necessary route to the next depth of the dungeon, the inner castle in Sector 6. During the times when the Lake Kingdom flourished, this area had been a beautiful marble walkway, stretching between enormous ponds where dazzling fountains sprayed. Now, all that remained was the horrendous stone path, shattered into fragments, lying above the foul-smelling pond that had dried up into darkness. Nameless stood on the path, gripping her sword. She remembered that this place was once beautiful, but the scenery itself was forgotten. Too much time had passed, and just as the city had eroded, so had her memories. They had worn away, like her faded, lost name. She only acted in accordance with the duty etched into her body, killing the monsters that had occupied this place, killing them again and again, making sure they could not escape to the outside world. And then, thump, 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 before her, 3 shadows emitting an evil aura approached. A massive muscular werewolf with a silvery red mane. A succubus whose sensual figure was revealed through torn monk robes. And something wearing a black coat and a stark white crow mask, leading a swarm of flies and rats. The 3 monsters strolled down the destroyed fountain path, stopping 10 paces away from Nameless. A smirk crossed Nameless' face as she looked at the monsters. The Wolf King, the Great Seductress, and the Master of Plague. How generous of the Nightmare Legion to send 3 of you to die. Today will be a feast. Swoosh! The old sword in Nameless' hand pointed forward. Perfect timing. I just sharpened this blade, and I've been wanting to test how well it cuts. But the monsters didn't seem particularly inclined to fight Nameless. The figure with the white crow mask stepped forward. A heavy, cracked voice leaked from behind the mask. "Step aside, Nameless one. We have no business with you today." "No business? But we have a duty to kill each other. Today we are after other prey." Chill anger crept into the voice of the white crow mask. "The humans of the outside world, those who will become our cattle, have killed Orlop and Celendian. They even have the audacity to roam the Lake Kingdom now." They were speaking of Ash and his companions. Nameless' mouth tightened. "We must capture them and present them to the king. That takes precedence over our pointless but enjoyable fight with you. So step aside, Nameless one." The werewolf, listening to the conversation, growled menacingly. "Those human insects, insignificant as they are, dared to scratch the mighty Nightmare King's army. They'll tear them into pieces with my claws." The succubus beside him then covered her mouth and giggled. "How barbaric. Why not let them fall under my charm instead?" The succubus' long finger gently traced her soft, curving body. "I'm intrigued. Even if it's all true that Celendian was killed. I'm curious. What kind of human is he? What taste does he have? What screams will he make? Ah! I'll hold him tight in my embrace and make both his body and heart my slaves." At that, the white crow mask spoke in a bubbling low voice. "The mere pain of a wound, the mere pain of a bewitching, cannot suffice to pay for the sins that creature has committed." The white crow mask whipped its black coat, then lifted its gloved white hand, tightly clenching it. "He shall be made the host of all the plagues of this world while still alive. Thus, he will taste all the pain that exists in this world." Observing the monsters proclaiming they would kill Ash in their own way, Nameless chuckled. What nonsense have you been spouting all this time, monsters? Who said I'd let you pass? Swish dash. As Nameless lightly swung his sword, the dried pond's black droplets were swept up by the sword wind, rising into a circle. Even if you suddenly go mad and depart to perform some good deed, I will stop you. Facing you monsters is my duty. Draw your weapons, monsters. Between us, words mean nothing anymore, don't they? The white crow mask, who had been watching Nameless closely, tilted its head. So, have you sharpened that sword again today? Nameless one, I've honed the blade well, smooth enough to cut your necks and still remain sharp. Hasn't the frequency of sharpening increased compared to before? At the sudden words, Nameless' brows furrowed. The white crow mask was now cackling. You used to not care about sharpening the sword, and you fought without a rest for hundreds of nights. Now you cannot, can you? You and your sword are wearing down and decaying. There will surely come a day when it'll rust and fall. Nameless' voice grew fierce, and a dazzling white light began to emit from her sword. But that's not today. I agree, Nameless one. Today you still shine brilliantly. The werewolf stood its silver mane on end, and the witch prepared a bewitching spell with a strong aroma. Giant white crow wings spread from the white crow mask's back. Behind him, countless swarms of flies and rats gathered. But the time is drawing near. Soon your noble soul will fall into complete corruption, as all great humans have. And on that day, this lake kingdom will finally fall into utter darkness, and the outside world will also be swallowed by a nightmare. The white crow mask laughed grimly in its hoarse, cracked voice. I'll happily await that day, counting the plagues and curses that will mar you hideously. Facing such monsters, Nameless charged forward. In this endless hellish struggle, there was only one wish. Keep the fire burning, Ash. A small torch that scoured the darkness here, protecting that thread-like possibility. And never extinguish that flame. That was all there was to it. Bubbling, splashing, sloshing. With sounds like wet jelly, the monsters rolled forward. Ah! Knew! I couldn't help but flinch, retreating backward. This season's monster was none other than the slime. That jelly-like creature frequently used as an early-stage monster in many games. My lord! Lucas, rushing to my side, raised his sword, quickly cried out, Ah, Lucas! Don't do it! But Lucas' sword was already falling straight down. Oh no! Splat dash! With a somewhat adorable noise, the slime split in two. And then, splat, splat. It made an even cuter sound as it divided again. Although it was now exactly half its original size, it had perfectly divided into two identical creatures. Lucas' face fell into shock. My sword didn't work? Move over, old man. That's when Evangeline charged in, thrusting her spear. Splat. With the same cute sound, the tip of her spear pierced the slime. But the slime just jiggled like pudding around the spear, and then flowed right down, leaving it unharmed. Seeing no apparent damage, Evangeline also screamed, My spear doesn't work? In Protect the Empire, physical attacks were divided into three types: slashing, piercing, and striking. The effectiveness varied depending on the situation, and in the case of slimes, it was quite a headache. Slashing attacks caused them to divide, and piercing attacks hardly do any damage. Of course, if you aimed for and hit the core precisely, you could kill it in one shot. But the core of a slime was harder to detect than a vampire's, and above all, splash, splash. There were so many. There were too many of these slime bastards. If you cut them wrong, they kept dividing, making them even more annoying to kill. There's a limit to how many times each one can divide, but that's meaningless with these numbers. Eventually, I pulled my two vanguard knights back. Lucas, Evangeline, fall back. Gore. Ah, okay. As the two knights hastily retreated, I reached out to Junior. Junior, show them the value of the new equipment. Junior, smiling slyly, began to prepare a lightning spell. You've made an excellent investment, Your Highness. Junior swung his new staff and zap dash. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down on the swarm of slimes. In an instant, scores of slimes were fried by the lightning, dissolving into nothingness. The few that remained were taken care of by Damien's sniping. Although Damien's sniping was also a piercing attack thanks to Farsight, he could aim directly at the enemy's core. Phew! I sighed in relief as I watched the slimy creatures swept away. This place was the Lake Kingdom Dungeon's third area, Northern Fortress. For our party's current level, it was a relatively easy place to clear. However, our two Vanguard Knights had become useless. The equipment was too severely affected by the circumstances. The Vanguard character must receive proper attack support to perform well in defense. At this rate, we were lacking the means to fend off the slimes, and the two in the front line wouldn't be able to withstand them. After a moment's thought, I gathered the party members. Fall back. To the party members staring at me with surprised eyes, I nodded. Our weapons don't have a good affinity against these slime creatures. Let's go back and get the appropriate equipment. As the slimes would attack again during the next defense, we needed to return to Crossroad and craft suitable weapons for the two knights. Blunt weapons with striking attributes. Should I borrow a mace from Kelly Bay at the base camp? But that old man was already immersed in crafting the equipment we had ordered earlier. We wouldn't see his face until he had finished. If you need striking power, I can hit them with the flat side of my sword. I have a shield. The two knights held up their weapons, making their case, but I dismissed them. How long do you think you can fight like that? Instead, let's create one auxiliary weapon each. Since these were not their main weapons but temporary equipment for this occasion, they could be made quickly at the forge. We could also grab a ready-made item. In the end, we returned to Crossroad much earlier than planned. Flash. Upon returning through the teleport gate to the mansion, the first thing that caught my eye was, the scene of the mansion's walls, previously painted in Evangeline's bling-bling style, being restored to their original condition. Workers were diligently applying the new color. Evangeline opened her mouth and uttered a foolish sound. What? Wah wah wah. The interior of the mansion visible through the window was the same. The workers were busily restoring the living room and dining room to their previous design. I slapped my forehead in surprise. We had returned too early, and the interior restoration work wasn't yet finished. Realizing the situation, Evangeline grabbed her cheeks with her hands and screamed in shock. "Aha!
No.
My precious, tiny interior design." She screamed and ran into the mansion. I nodded my head contentedly. It was the reaction I wanted to see. I had hoped to see her face in despair after the interior was completely removed, but her current scream wasn't too bad either. Well, head back to the dungeon tomorrow morning. Rest well today. After instructing the rest of the party to rest, I looked towards the city, muttering to myself. Where is Kuilin? We were ahead of schedule, but that couldn't be helped. Slimes are the opponents in this stage. Striking attributes are effective. A fighter whose very nature was a striking attribute dealer. It was time to call up the Bandit King Kuilin to the first squad. Chapter 198. The following morning, two parties entered the dungeon. Our main party and Kuilin's band of 5 bandits. Wait, weren't we supposed to fight monsters on the fortress walls? Kuilin's face turned pale in an instant as we were dragged into the gloomy dungeon. It's damp. It's dark. It's creepy. Where the heck are we? This is a dungeon, the very lair of monsters. Lake Kingdom Dungeon, Section 3. Outside the Northern Fortress. I pointed towards the dark interior of the dungeon where the shadows seemed to stir. We're here to fight the next wave of defensive monsters in advance. There was no mention in the contract that we'd have to fight here. Oh, come on, it's written right here. ID brought the contract with me, anticipating his complaint, and I waved it back and forth. See this small text in the corner? It's clearly written here, right? And your signature's here too. Can you see it? Urk. Ugh. Kuilin examined the contract with a defeated look. I chuckled wickedly in front of him. You should have read it carefully, my friend. Kakik. Ugh. 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 Kulin looked back and forth between the dungeon's depths and the safe zone with a face as pale as death. The other bandits who'd been watching Kulin approached me, sighing. We apologize. Our leader is a bit of a coward. He's more afraid than he looks. Please understand. How can the leader of a bandit gang, who's bold enough to defy imperial generals, be a coward? That doesn't make sense. Their answer to my question was simple. If his opponent is a person, even an imperial general, our leader looks down on them. But ghosts or monsters, he's terrified of them. Ah, right, that type. Particularly weak against occult things. And he hates tight, dark places. And this place is not only tight and dark, but also the lair of monsters. So the guy over 2 meters tall and all muscle is shaking like a leaf. Huh? I clicked my tongue in disbelief. Even the shortest member of our party, Evangeline, and the thin Damien, who were younger and smaller, didn't shake in fear. You've got to live up to your size, king of bandits. And your salary too. Don't worry. We'll take good care of him. The other bandits groveled to me with sycophantic smiles, then ran to Kulin and began berating him fiercely. Get a grip, boss. This is an embarrassment. We're on probation in the punitive forces. If we don't do well here, we might be sent back to the execution ground. We're up against the infamous Wastrel Prince. We just need to hang on for 6 months and get a full-time position. If you're gonna get scared, do it later. As his subordinates scolded him, Kulin finally seemed to muster the courage to step forward, though his face remained pale. All right, let's go. That's the spirit, boss. We'll back you up. Let's wipe them out. With mutual encouragement, Kulin and the bandits energetically took the lead and entered Section 3. And not long after they started walking, slosh, slosh, clank, clank, the slimes began to roll in. Outside the Northern Fortress Room 1. Eliminate the enemies. LV.12 normal slime, 20 bodies. Level 12 slimes without any special characteristics. About 20 of them. This should have been enough for Kulin's party to warm up. I watched them with a hint of anticipation. And then, Yarark. Monsters. The 4 bandits turned and started to run away all at once. My blood pressure shot up. Unintentionally, I grabbed the back of my neck and let out a scream. Hey, you good-for-nothing bastards. What are you doing, Dash? What was all that confident talk just a moment ago? You encouraged each other like you were going to do well. But, we've never seen such monsters before. Never heard or seen. A soul drinker that absorbs souls in the swamp. No, it must be the demon that sucks the brains out of its victims. Brain drain. Don't scare everyone with such talk. They're just slimes. Slimes? Level 12 ones. You're in your 30s, you could pop them with just a strike of a weapon. But the bandits, panicked at the sight of unfamiliar monsters, scrambled and fled towards us. The only one who didn't run away and stood his ground was the party leader, Kulin. I blinked in surprise. Acting like the biggest coward just a moment ago, it seemed the title of Bandit King wasn't in vain. Just then, Kulin slowly turned towards us. His face twisted in misery, and muttered, Legs, won't move. You're frozen in fear, aren't you? You really are something else. A slime then approached Kulin, making a dull noise as it lightly hit his body. Thud. Quayak dash. With that, Kulin vomited blood and was blown away toward us. Seriously, was that a real body? Kulin, who rolled all the way to me, gargled blood and muttered faintly, Today. Bad luck. Get a grip, you good-for-nothing. Don't faint from just one hit. But Kulin lost consciousness right there. My word. Was this the stamina of a body with only 5 in stats? I told you this would happen if we recruited these baseless bandits, my lord. Lucas, who had been watching this mess from behind, clicked his tongue. It seems this recruitment was a failure. KK, coup. I felt like I understood a bit how professional sports teams' front offices feel when they're criticized for wrong scouting every year. He performed well, okay. The data wasn't bad either. Did anyone expect this to happen in the first game? I hadn't thought of it. These bandit guys might be used to PvP, but they're practically inexperienced with PvE. They might be used to swinging weapons at people and struggling against the Imperial forces. But facing these genuine otherworldly monsters is a whole new ballgame for them. It felt like throwing a party of 5 new soldiers into a level 3 dungeon. Yes, this sticky darkness is new, and it's their first time seeing these monsters. Can happen, but I was expecting a skilled party worthy of their level. The path to teaching them was rugged. I sighed internally as Lucas and Evangeline stepped forward. Well, take care of these creatures, my lord. Please take the time to recover. Yes, thank you. Knight duo. The two had hastily acquired blunt weaponry from the Crossroads blacksmith. Lucas had a one-handed iron mallet, while Evangeline wielded a war hammer with a long handle. Though not of high grade, they were sufficient to deal with the slimes. Lucas stepped forward with a seemingly pleased expression, while Evangeline trailed behind, her face somber. Ugh! When will I realize my dream of owning a home? It seemed the thoughts of having ripped out all the interior decorations the previous day were still lingering in her mind. Except for Evangeline's room and a few guest rooms, everything had been restored to its original state. Since then, she had remained disheartened. He'll have to cheer her up later. But even in her dejected state, Evangeline's PvE proficiency was extraordinarily high. Lucas, needless to say, was just as skilled. The knight duo swung their bludgeons, and the slimes began to be pulverized. Thwack! Thump! The battle was certainly different from yesterday. Lucas' iron mallet crushed the slimes, and Evangeline's war hammer flattened them. Both of them are more skilled with their primary weapons, but they handle these bludgeons well. As they pummeled with impact weapons, the slimes burst with ease, unlike the struggle of the previous day. The bandits watched, astounded. Wow! The knights are truly on another level. They so effortlessly take down those fearsome soul drinkers and brain drains. It's like witnessing a mythical duel. No, it's just slimes, you cowardly weaklings. I sighed heavily, retrieving a potion bottle and pouring it onto Kuolin's face, who had fainted. Wake up, Flatfish. Cough. Gasp. Kuolin's eyes opened wide. His HP bar was absurdly low, so he revived instantly with just a splash of a regular potion. Hey, penal squad. Attention. At my low growl, Kuolin and the bandits promptly lined up before me. Listen closely. This isn't kindergarten. This is the monster front line. I hired you to be immediate battle forces, not to act like recruits freshly conscripted. If you're going to act like green soldiers, huh? I have no reason to hire criminals like you, right? If I had to train them from A to Z, I'd just raise new recruits, not bother bringing convicts into a penal squad. If you're scared of the monsters, pack your bags and head back to prison. You can pay for your crimes justly under the Empire's law. But if you don't want prison and prefer to earn money and serve your sentence honorably, do it properly. Show me the skill worthy of the name of Bandit King and his elite force. I pointed at the flattened slimes with a click of my tongue. Those slimes are way weaker than the Imperial soldiers you fought before. Fight without fear. Got it. 2 R-rated warriors, 2 R-rated rogues, and 1 SR-rated fighter. With proper utilization, this could have been a decent party. They had messed up in the first battle, but the idea of giving up so soon had never crossed their minds. But at this rate, when will they become useful? Despite my frustration, I could still see fear in the eyes of the Bandit King's party as they watched the monsters. What should I do with these cowardly bastards? Then it happened. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, the system alert rang in succession. Huh? I opened the system window in curiosity. Outer Castle North Room 1. Annihilate the enemies. LV.14 normal slimes. 28. LV.15 tricolored slimes. 16. LV.15 acidic slimes. 24. LV.20 normal slimes. 30. Waves 2 to 5 were all updated at once. What? The Northern Fortress was a dungeon where monster waves had to be fended off in succession within an elongated room. Usually, the waves came one at a time. Thump, thump. But now, waves started rushing at us all at once. Almost 100 slimes spilled over the fortress walls. A massive horde storming in. What the hell is this? Even if they are low-level slimes, this number... Damien and Junior, who were standing by my sides, immediately prepared for battle. Damien drew 2 Cerberus in his hands, and Junior began to chant magic. Bang! Bang! Boom dash! Flash dash! The bullets pierced through the slimes, and lightning magic struck the swarm. But there were too many slimes. Furthermore, as the slimes crawled up from below the walls, the angle for magic bullets and spells wasn't right, allowing them to approach. The slimes quickly surrounded us. My lord! Lucas and Evangeline, who had gone to clear Wave 1, were trying to rush back but were isolated by the swarm of slimes. I gritted my teeth and swung my staff, summoning a blade of magic power behind me. Damn! I had let my guard down, thinking it was an easy place. Thwop! The slimes leaped at us all at once. Though they wouldn't absorb our souls or suck out our brains, it was clear that if we were engulfed by them, we would meet a horrible fate. Damn it! Just then, whoosh dash! Coolin flew through the air. Bang! Splatter! Leaping into the air, Coolin struck out with fists and feet like a whirlwind. Wherever his fist power touched, slimes shattered like clay, and those hit by his kicks exploded like fireworks. In the blink of an eye, Coolin had destroyed over 10 slimes and lightly landed back in position, his red mohawk spinning round as he came down. Thick death. Curses spilled from the Bandit King's mouth. No matter how scary it is, we must protect our paycheck. Snap. With one fist to his chest and the other stretched forward, and his Bodus weight lowered, Coolin assumed his unique martial arts stance. Hey guys! Get ready. We need to make money. We need a lot of it. At the party leader's cry, the bandits' eyes flashed with determination as they brandished their clubs. I chuckled at the sight. They're not entirely useless after all. Let's get converted to full-time employees dash. Yelling, the Bandit King's party rushed in all directions, and the horde of monsters swooped down on them. Chapter 199. After that, the Bandit King's party quickly adapted to the battle against monsters. They were still inexperienced, allowing hits from the monsters and falling frequently, but luckily, their foes were level 10 to 20 slimes. The injuries were all minor enough to be healed with potions. In the end, it took quite some time, but they managed to safely clear Zone 3, Northern Fortress. They were able to return to Crossroad by late evening. There were some hair-raising moments, but we managed to clear it somehow. I exhaled a sigh of relief as I took in the comforting summer air of Crossroad. We worked hard today. Looking back at the teleport gate, I was taken aback. All 5 members of Coolin's party were sprawled on the ground. Coolin was even leaning against the wall on the far side. Retching. Ugh! I hate monsters and dungeons now. Hearing such pitiable words from a muscular giant over 2 meters tall was quite incongruous. But there's no one in the world who finds monsters cute and dungeons as joyful as flower gardens. One must overcome the fear that seeps into their bones and move forward. If you stand on the front lines against the monsters here, you must have that kind of determination. Enemy information, Stage 8. LV? 1 creature. LV.30 Acid Slime. 526 creatures. LV.25 Tricolor Slime. 488 creatures. Start in 7 days. There was a week left until the start of the next stage. During that time, you'll need to keep drilling these party members, training them to a level where they'll be useful in real combat. I thought, evaluating the 5 bandits' faces. Suddenly, I thought of the other sub-parties I had been with. Shadow Squad. The Shadow Squad was an all-elf firepower team. 2 out of 5 had died, and the remaining 3 were sent on a classified mission. In hindsight, it was an excessively good team for a first sub-party. Dion Mercenary Band. The Dion Mercenary Band consisted of N-grade heroes. They had ambition and potential, but ultimately, they all fell in the showdown with the Vampire King. Old Hunters. A group of old mercenaries brought by Jupiter. A group of 2 mages and 3 warriors was an efficient combination, but both mages were killed. The 3 warriors became unable to battle again and retired. And now, this new sub-party, their name not yet determined, I looked forlornly at the Bandit King's penal squad. All of my sub-parties under my command had not remained intact. They had been injured, killed, or wiped out. What would become of you? Would you also be injured, killed, or annihilated? Knowing that future, should I still employ you, command you? Should I buy your lives for a mere pittance and control you with a leash called punishment? Is that right? Hey, you bandit scum. I pulled a few gold coins from my pocket and flipped one to Kuolin and his men. It's encouragement money. Take it. The bandits' faces, previously pale and downcast, lit up as they leaped up to catch my gold. Wow! Thank you. Well, use it well, Cash Lord. Buy something tasty with this and rest well tonight. But don't slack off too much. Yes, sir. Well, do as ordered. Kuolin and the party members chattered among themselves and left my mansion. Perhaps they were off to the town's pub for a drink. Suddenly, I realized that the way people live seems similar everywhere. They work, they clock out, they eat, they sleep. The bandits conscripted into the penal battalion, and ordinary people living on Earth. Perhaps they were spending similar days. I glanced at the opposite side. My main party members were gazing at me with blank stares. I chuckled softly. Shall we eat as well? I had been away from this place for over a month, and we hadn't even had a reunion dinner since my return. Now was the time to indulge. I requested a simple meal and appetizers from the chef. I considered inviting other hero characters, but it was already nighttime. We decided to dine just among our main party members. Now then, it's a bit late, but to celebrate my safe return to Crossroad, it felt a bit silly to give a toast myself, but no matter. I raised the glass in my hand. Cheers! The party members all exclaimed cheers, in unison raising their glasses. In Lucas and Juju's hands were glasses of alcohol, while in Evangeline and Damien's were glasses of juice. Evangeline grumbled. TSK, I know how to drink too. You're underage. It's too soon for alcohol. Drink your juice. With a clinking sound, we toasted, and each swallowed a mouthful. Lucas gulped down his drink without a change in complexion, while Juju grimaced and coughed after just one sip. He was clearly not accustomed to alcohol. It's incredibly bitter. How can anyone enjoy? Urk. Speaking halfway, a gush of red wine flowed from Juju's mouth. I was no longer frightened by this blood joke since I had seen it too often. Bitter alcohol? Damien, who had been watching, wore a smirk filled with arrogance. For me, life is tough, so it tastes sweet.
Hehe. No, lloré drinking juice.
Of course, it's sweet. When would he ever return to normal? His dark aura seemed to be getting more intense. I can't drink alcohol. I can't decorate as I wish. Twirling her juice glass, Evangeline sighed. When will I finally become an adult and live as I please? Sigh. This adolescent kid, who once didn't want to grow up, seemed to be swinging back and forth with all the restrictions of being a minor. Enough. Take this, Evangeline. I held out a small wrapped box I had prepared in advance. Evangeline's green eyes widened. What's this? You asked me to buy it, remember? It's a gift set from the pastry shop in front of the Imperial Academy. Evangeline's downcast face instantly brightened. Wow, really? It was what she had asked for before I left for the Imperial capital. I had remembered to bring it. I've been dying to eat this. Yay! As Evangeline excitedly tore open the packaging, I handed out gifts I had bought in the capital to the other party members. I've brought each of you a gift as well. Here, take it. It wasn't anything grand. Just souvenirs I picked up while I was in the Imperial capital. For Lucas, I gave a decorative string to tie on a sword. For Junior, a book related to elemental magic. And for Damien, eye drops neatly packaged. Lucas, Junior, and Damien all seemed as though they had rarely received gifts like these, their faces brightening as they laughed and tore open the wrapping. Meanwhile, the chef brought out the food, and we chatted away as we ate. Watching my happily feasting party members, Evangeline suddenly asked, "Senior, are you tired?" Huh? I was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. What? Without eating her meal and munching on the snacks I gave her, Evangeline tilted her head. "You seem unusually tired today. After all, you've started working right after the fatigue of travel hasn't even worn off."
Doi.
Do I look tired? In fact, since you took command here, you've been ceaselessly warding off monsters and preparing for the next defense battle as soon as you returned from the Imperial capital. It must be exhausting. Monsters will keep coming endlessly. If you keep working like this, you might collapse from fatigue someday. I forced a smile and put my fork down on the plate in front of me. If I said I wasn't tired, it would be a lie. I had already fought in numerous defensive battles. How many waves of monsters had approached the walls, aiming for us? This time it was slimes, but what monster would appear next? They were countless and even grew stronger. It was frustrating and overwhelming in the face of a grueling battlefront. However, but enduring this monotonous repetition is what it means to be an adult. It wasn't because I was an extraordinary person that I could endure this. In reality, everyone in this world was managing to do it. The pattern of human life was the same everywhere. Work, go home, eat, sleep, and repeat endlessly. The ordinary office worker, the game streaming broadcaster, the mercenary fighting monsters, the lord managing the city. Surviving by defeating the boring tasks that didn't change every day, and the enemies that kept coming. That was life. And I suddenly looked out the window. Through the dense greenery, I faintly heard the sound of cicadas. There is an end. It was already the height of summer. I first came to the city in late winter, so almost half a year had passed. Once the 3-year campaign ends and the 4th year spring comes, the game will end. This seemingly unchanging daily life, it will eventually come to an end. I hope not to regret that last day. So even if I'm tired and struggling, I aim to face every day head-on. Whatever ending awaits at the end of this campaign, to meet the end without regret, to live my best life every day. I've resolved to do so. My party members quietly watched me. I felt a little embarrassed and gave them an awkward smile. Ahem. Anyway, if you get tired, say so. They'll give you a vacation at least. Got it? I'm not such a tyrannical lord. I'll manage your condition at least. If it's tough, make sure to tell me in advance. Okay? Lucas was staring at me intently when he quietly opened his mouth. Your lordship, if you ever feel so weary that you can't bear it, please let us know. A considerate smile formed at the edge of his lips. I will gladly massage your shoulders. Evangeline, Junior, and Damien also spoke in turn. Then I'll do the feet. Foot massage. When I massage, my fellow Academy Night classmates all love it to death. I'll prepare a healthy drink for you. Let's see. There should be some spinach in the kitchen. I can use recovery magic on your tired eyes. They didn't just speak. They actually jumped up from their seats and surrounded me. Ha! I broke into a cold sweat. What are you guys doing? Squawk. Choke? Lucas and Evangeline grabbed my shoulders and feet and began massaging. Damien started casting recovery magic, and Junior was concocting a suspicious drink on the spot. No, wait a minute. Ow, damn. Stop it, you brats. In the end, I suffered a terrible fate, having my shoulders and feet squeezed in agony. Recovery magic poured into my eyes, and being forced to swallow a spinach drink. You brats. You're making me more tired. Stop it now. A few days had passed. Kulin's party quickly became proficient in battling monsters. They reached a point where they could successfully undertake autonomous exploration without much difficulty. They were now at a level where they could function as a sub-party. Even the bandits who had been recruited as regular soldiers were trained enough to be used as combatants. Reyna, who was indeed the captain of the Imperial magic troops, had them quickly whipped into shape with her intensive short-term tutoring. Suitable defensive equipment was installed on the walls to prepare for the Great Slime Battle, and the gallows for the kill zone were densely deployed on the plains after a long time. Preparations for the defense battle were progressing smoothly. In the blink of an eye, time had passed, and now. Stage 8. Start in 1 day. Only 1 day was left until the next defensive battle. Chapter 200. 1 day left until the next defense battle. Afternoon. Elise had come to the Lord's mansion. The female swordsman, dressed as a maid and carrying a sword coffin, was as expressionless as usual, but I greeted her with a cheerful smile. Elise, how was it? Was Crossroad tolerable? There are too many facilities lacking, fitting for a Margrave, but the essential infrastructure is all in place. So yes, it was tolerable. Elise had not merely accompanied me here as a simple escort. Silver Winter's Merchant Guild planned to launch several businesses in this place, Crossroad. She was dispatched here to prepare for this and to gather information. From finding land to build the Merchant Guild branch to sourcing materials and labor for road construction, to figuring out how much magical stone stock needed to be transported to the imperial capital and so on. Anyway, she said there was an enormous amount of work to do. That's why, after my escort mission ended, she was out of sight, only now to appear. Is the necessary investigation all done? Yes. I have collected all the information our Merchant Guild needs. Now, I will return to the imperial capital, report to Master Serenade, and organize the workforce to send down the business unit. You've worked hard. The way back will be tough too. I gave Elise a mischievous smile. Is today a farewell visit? Then? Actually, I've come after hearing the news of the monster invasion. Naturally, I have been announcing the expected invasion date of the monsters within the city. There's no reason to hide it, and it's better for the citizens to be prepared. Elise seemed to have seen that announcement. I heard that the monsters are attacking tomorrow. Is that true? Yes. I expect it to be tomorrow morning. While there might be a chance that it could suddenly change like during Stage 3, it probably won't. I have already understood this stage's dark event. You may think it's a sudden imposition, Your Highness. Elise cautiously brought it up. May I participate in this defense battle? What? Surprised, I hesitated, and Elise showed her chest by lifting her hand. Pardon my rudeness, but if Your Highness has faced my sword, you would already know my skills. It's not your skills I'm unsure of. I wasn't bewildered by her skill level. Rather, I would be grateful if a strong person like Elise could help. But I don't understand why. Why is she helping with the defense battle? Our Merchant Guild branch will be moving into Crossroads soon, and ordinary people who have lived lives unrelated to monsters will be deployed to start working here. Elise glanced briefly at the city wall through the mansion window. I would like to see the potential threat they might face with my own eyes. Indeed. Is this also part of the investigation on the Merchant Guild's part? Convinced, I nodded. All right. No, I'm the one who's grateful. They'll count on you for this one time, Elise. I am the one who should apologize for making an unreasonable request. Tomorrow, I will faithfully follow Your Highness' command. An SSR-ranked swordsman like Elise is going to help. Tomorrow's defense battle seems like it will go very smoothly. I was in high spirits when I let out a loud, "Ah!" and asked Elise, "But Elise, do you also have maces in your sword coffin? I would need a striking attribute equipment since the monster I'll be facing tomorrow is a slime." Elise was a sword-type character, so I wondered if she would also have maces at her disposal. A mace? Are you referring to? Tilting her head, Elise put down the sword coffin and sneaked a peek inside, then nodded at me. Yes, I have them. How many would you like to borrow? No, I don't want to borrow them. I want you to use them tomorrow. Besides, how many maces are even in there? How many weapons are in that sword coffin altogether? Dungeon. Base camp. Today I came here only with Lucas and Kuelin. Flash. As I passed through the teleport gate, Kelly Bay waved as though he had been waiting for me. Come on, move faster, you slowpoke. It was finished long ago. Why are you coming so late? You'll have me delivering it next, eh? Oh, you deliver all the way to Crossroad? That's great. Like hell I will, you damn rascal. Hey! Come on! Just come and take it. Cursing and complaining, Kelly Bay pointed to the equipment placed on a display stand in front of his forge. I approached it. One pair of red leather boots with metal plates attached. And also a short cape similar to a muffler in red as well. In this world, not only metal equipment but also leather and cloth gear are produced in the blacksmith's forge. It's because equipment to refine magic power cores and magic stones are basically found in the forge. So in Crossroads Forge, specialized leatherworkers and tailors are employed as well. But Kelly Bay had crafted leather and cloth so neatly, all by himself. Handling leather and cloth as skillfully as metal. Truly an impressive gentleman. Now let's see how it turned out. I checked the options on both pieces of equipment. Let's see. Vampire General's Boots, SSR, LV.35. Category Shoes. Defense, 25 to 30. Durability, 20/20. Agility plus 10. Vampire-style physical enhancement. Strengthens the leg muscles. Increasing movement speed by 1.5 times for 5 seconds. Can be used 3 times a day. If used all 3 times, it inflicts a random injury to the legs. Vampire General's Muffler, SSR, LV.35. Category, Auxiliary Equipment. Durability, 5 out of 5, irreparable. Agility plus 15. Blood misdeployment. When struck, there is a certain probability that the muffler will deploy a mist of blood, causing the enemy's attack to miss. When the option is activated, durability decreases by 1. I nodded approvingly. Great. Came out just as I intended. I crafted it to increase agility and specialize in dodging enemy attacks. Just as you ordered. Kelly Bay clicked his tongue. Crafting this dodging equipment with such a precious Vampire General's magic core instead of a magnificent weapon. TSK. It seems you don't appreciate valuable items. What are you talking about, Master Smith? Good survival equipment is as essential as a good weapon. You must be alive to hit one more time, don't you agree? TCH, no use arguing with you. I handed over a few bars of gold and some fine liquor to the grumbling Kelly Bay, as a modest token of appreciation. Kelly Bay pretended not to be interested but gratefully accepted. After all, there was no such thing as a dwarf who disliked gold and alcohol. Now, Kuelin. I took the boots and scarf and handed them to Kuelin. These are yours. Kuelin's eyes widened in surprise. He must have recognized just how valuable this equipment was. Really, Your Highness? You're giving this to me? Who said I'm giving it to you outright? It's a loan. A loan. I chuckled, shaking my finger from side to side. Stay put at the front line until the end of your probation period, and it will be entirely yours once it ends. Understand? Those words are golden. Haha. Great. Probation for half a year. They'll stick to it like glue on a bald head. TL note. Weird Korean saying. Basically, it's the glue that holds a wig. A broad smile appeared on Kuelin's face. He seemed genuinely pleased. I had been pondering a lot about Kuelin's equipment setup. Initially, I thought of making robust equipment for him, but soon I reached a different conclusion. This kid was fragile, falling at a single hit. So, instead, let's tailor the setting to avoid him getting hit at all. Rather than increasing the chance of getting hit by dressing him in heavy armor, let's make his body extremely light and set up safety measures. That's the conclusion I came to, and it led to crafting this high-grade equipment with expensive SSR-grade magic power cores. If I'm going to use it, I want skimp on the investment. Though flawed in many aspects, Kuelin was an SR-grade character after all, and one of the few pure melee damage dealers. He was worth nurturing. That's what I judged. Yippee! As Kuelin ran around, trying on his new scarf and shoes, Lucas glared at him with displeasure. I smirked. What's wrong, Lucas? Don't like it. Yes, to be honest. You just got new weapons not too long ago. The more equipment my lord gives me, the better. This greedy guy. I patted Lucas back reassuringly. Don't worry too much. He'll get new equipment for you soon. Lucas' level was slowly approaching 50. After his final third-class advancement and awakening his ultimate skill, Lucas would also be able to use his exclusive equipment. The privilege of SSR grade characters. Exclusive equipment. The reason SSR grade was considered the highest honor was ultimately because of the exclusive equipment that completed the character. Thinking about Lucas flying around with his exclusive equipment, a smile inadvertently crept across my face. Just wait a little longer, you monster brats. Our protagonist, the hero, is almost here. He's already incredibly powerful, though. Lucas looked at me, puzzled by my sinister smile. You'll understand why I'm like this later, Lucas. I covered my mouth, chuckling ominously, while Coolin kicked the air, practicing a continuous aerial kick, adapting to his newly lightened body. Then Kelly Bay yelled at us. Hey, if you're done looking, get lost. I need to concentrate. That evening. Crossroad. The temple. Coolin's brother, Kureha, was sitting on a single bed in his room. The pallor from the traces of illness had regained some color, and the once emaciated body had put on some weight in just a few days. But the left leg, compared to the right leg, the left one was particularly withered just as it was. He couldn't walk because of this leg, which hung limp like a deflated balloon. The other symptoms can be treated, but this leg will be difficult. The head priest, who was in charge of Kureha's treatment, said so. Kureha gave a bitter smile and ran his hand over his withered leg. He wasn't disappointed because he hadn't hoped for anything in the first place. It had already been over 10 years since the leg had become like this. But Kureha faced forward, and slowly, clenching his fists, he reached out. I always regret not being able to see the next move of this technique. Then it happened. Bang! Kureha! With a boisterous noise, the door to the sick room opened, and Kuilin walked in. Startled, Kureha quickly lowered his fists. Kuilin. Hee. How is it? Isn't the temple somewhat comfortable to stay in? Kuilin grinned and sat down beside Kureha's bed. Damn imperial bastards. But they do have one hell of a healing spell. Just look at how our brother's complexion has improved. Kureha smiled faintly and nodded. Everyone here is kind and takes good care of me. He'll be almost fully recovered with just a few more weeks of rest. Good. That's great. That's really great. Kuilin's smiling face suddenly turned serious. As soon as you are fully healed, we're getting out of this city. Kureha's face hardened as well. Kuilin clicked his tongue. Such nonsense. Do you think our grudge against the Empire will vanish if they hand us some money? Kuilin. Look at what they've done. Kuilin looked down at his brother's abnormally withered left leg, his mouth tightly closed. Look at what they've done. Kuilin tapped the X-shaped scar on his forehead. Do you think we'll forget even if they give us a fortune? Do you think we'll be fools again? As soon as you feel better, we will gather the troops and leave the city immediately. It's a bit regrettable to leave behind that overly kind-hearted prince, but caterpillars must eat leaves to survive, right? Kureha slowly reached out and grasped his younger brother's hand. Kuilin. What about making a new nest here? Kuilin's face stiffened. Kureha fumbled with his words. You can be pardoned for all crimes committed during the last 3 years if you serve for just 3 years. Moreover, they're offering an annual salary enough to not only meet our targeted amount but exceed it. We didn't become bandits because we wanted to. We didn't become thieves by choice. We can turn back here. Let's go back to the world, Kuilin. You're still young. You still. Thump. Before his brother finished speaking, Kuilin got up. Kureha cried out in desperation. Kuilin. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, brother. Kuilin strode back towards the door of the sick room. The Kureha I knew, my master, who taught me martial arts, wasn't a man who would speak such weak words. Make sure to recover quickly. Until you've finished recovering, I'll be here earnestly brawling with monsters and earning my allowance. Kuilin. Kureha had heard and knew about the monster defense battle scheduled for tomorrow. Stammering, Kureha spoke to his brother as he turned to leave. Take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. I am Kulin of Kangwon, the miraculous Kulin. Don't worry. With a grin, Kulin left the sick room. I'll be back, brother. Thump. The door closed, and his younger brother's large figure disappeared outside. Kureha looked down at his pitiful left leg with a disheartened expression. His two emaciated fists clenched tightly. And the next day, morning broke on stage 8.